soon all will see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
Though Lady Sylvanas and her Forsaken finally took vengeance upon their hated enemy, the Lich King, their dark crusade in Northrend proved costly. Betrayed by Grand Apothecary Putrus at the Battle of Wrathgate, the Forsaken's devious plague of death was unleashed upon both the Alliance and the Horde to calamitous effect. Unbeknownst to Sylvanas, Putrus and his demonic ally, Veramathras, had taken control of the Undercity. As a result, the Forsaken were wrongly blamed for the traitor's atrocities. Though the Undercity was eventually retaken, Sylvanas and her followers still bear the weight of Putrus' sins. Mistrusted by the other members of the Horde, the Forsaken must now prove their loyalty to the cause and redeem themselves from their supposed treachery. To this end, Sylvanas has bolstered her defenses within the Tirisfal glades and readied her undead forces for any contingency. As one of the Forsaken, you must use your cunning and viciousness to slay any who would pose a threat to Sylvanas' rule, be they human, undead, or otherwise.
Welcome to what, in my opinion, is probably one of the better new tutorial zones as of Kata. Now, I have to admit I am a bit biased because the Forsaken have been some of my favorite race, playable race for a long time. That's still true to this day, by the way. This is also kind of... this is also really redone. I mean, there's several quests that are similar, but virtually every quest here is designed around the idea that this is now after Cataclysm. And because the events of Wrath so severely affected the Forsaken, these are some of the most changed zones as a result. Silverpine is another good example. The Silverpine is practically a completely new zone after Cataclysm. Well, I usually, most people I know who actually role-play their characters as Forsaken always come up with a story before they died. I am no exception to this, actually. My actual Forsaken main character, Zalash, has her own backstory, as does Frozen Sorrow. My third Forsaken, Sinistral, was actually a noble lady of the High Elven Court who was killed during the Battle of Quel'Thalas, during the Scourge's Purge and March towards the Sunwell. Just to give you a few ideas. Now, Despire here, I haven't really decided on a proper backstory for her yet. I have decided on a title for her, though. Jenkins! No, I'm kidding. Actually, I might not be able to have it this low level. That just occurred to me. There it is, The Wakener. It just seemed appropriate. So, as you can see, we start off dead. The implication is that they dug us up here in this graveyard, but that doesn't necessarily mean we died here. There are rather extensive graves in this region. So, yeah. Actually, yeah, all of my Forsaken have been female ever since my first account was destroyed. I had a male Forsaken in that one. But yeah, female Forsaken have awesome animations, and I really sympathize with the Forsaken as a race. Like, a lot. So let's explain a couple of things really quick. And I really want to start this off right off the bat, because as you can see, there's a frickin' Valkyr right there. You see her? In fact, there are 3 Valkyr just floating around this area. Now, as we've already discussed, the Valkyr are actually former Vrykul who were warped and twisted by Odin not the Lich King, into these horrible forms, forever cursed to wander the Shadowlands, which is the mostly spiritual side of the realm, the one that is death, for example. Actually, Mind Blast, that's easy to answer. All three of those characters were pre-Kata. So most of the Forsaken we played as, pre-Kata, were people who would become awakened by the release of the Lich King's control, long before these events. Playing a Forsaken now, we are actually dead here and dug up here. So as Mind Blast points out, you do have to come up with a reason why you were dug here. The Lich King did construct his own Valkyr, but they really were they were basically just a superior version of the Odin Valkyr. Otherwise, they were basically the same general style. That's not what the book told me, Bjorn. In fact, if I could actually pull up this specific article here, because I got the book right frickin' here. Because I remember this distinctly. This is actually kind of a big deal. Where's Odin and his crap? Where are you, Odin? I would have been before this. There's the dragons. Here we go. Rising Management. Discs and Argonon. It'll be right before this. Here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, nope. Sorry. A little bit before this. There's the Halls of Valor. Sif, Loken. All that remained was to find a means of ferrying the spirits of the dead to the Halls of Valor. For this, Odin studied the energies that permeated the Shadowlands. The knowledge he gained would allow him to transform the Vrykul into spectral beings known as the Valkyr. These wraith-like servants would travel between the Shadowlands and the physical world, guiding the souls of the worthy Vrykul to the Halls of the Valor. Yet those who became Valkyr would be cursed to all eternity. No Vrykul volunteered for the grim task of becoming a Valkyr, and thus Odin decided he would create his servants by force. I could keep going, but I think you get the point. And in general, I'm going to go with the book over the game for the reasons that should be fairly obvious. I hope they sometime go through and kind of edit the dialogue in the game to, or the lore in the game to adhere to the book. Hey, Shyandra, I'm sorry about the losses. I sympathize completely. I'm just about that terrible at Hearthstone myself. Anyways, so the Valkyr, as I just mentioned, were those who were forcibly turned into this form by Odin, right? Now, a lot of those Valkyr probably are still doing their job down there, but the Lich King got a hold of a few, and of course he did. The Lich King had near total domination over the entire domain of death. It would be impossible for him not to notice the Valkyr. Oh, by the way, we have confirmed that the Spirit Healers are actually Valkyr, so that's something we've suspected for forever, and has now been confirmed. When the Lich King, this is the second Lich King specifically, gathered these Valkyr to him, he empowered them even further. Now, for some reason, they no longer have that power. That can be explained away. It's still stupid. Okay? I'm standing firm on this. It is still stupid that the Valkyr, once they have been loosed from the Lich King, can only raise humans and later on elves. That is a ridiculous artificial limitation that has been specifically put on by the writers, and they've even admitted that they artificially limited her power just so she wouldn't be that much of a threat early on. So, regardless, that is actually... See, that's a good question, Dakota. I've pondered that myself for a long time. My best guess on that, based on everything I know of all the lore, that's a sign of how wrong the world is. About how much death is swirling constant through this place, empowering the Shadowlands, if you will. So that is the great gaping void, if you will. Anyways, with the second Lich King defeated and the third Lich King, taking his place, Sylvanas, I know I've already told this story, forgive me, but it's relevant here. Sylvanas decided to commit suicide. Very understandably so, if I might say so. Because Sylvanas, try to remember, throughout all of the things she did, all the work she did for the Forsaken, all the aid she gave to the Blood Elves, all of the work, the tireless efforts she gave to the Horde militarily, all of that was actually only for one purpose. Sylvanas only actually cared about one thing. Killing the second Lich King, killing Arthas. actually, more specifically. She only cared about killing Arthas. Once that was accomplished, she was done. Now, see, Sylvanas had actually died before. Now, believe it or not, I was kind of hoping the book would lead more insight into the afterlife. Unfortunately, we didn't get that much additional insight into it. That is unfortunate. Nevertheless, we do know there is an afterlife to this setting. At the very least, we know of exactly 3, well, I guess I should say 4 forms of afterlife. There's the light, moving on to the light. There's the dark, moving on to the dark. There's becoming an ancestral spirit, like Cairn or Magni did. And there's becoming a Type 2 undead, a cursed spirit, who can then move on to the light or the dark, depending. Now, Sylvanas, when she died, she moved on to the light. And it was described as this beatific, wonderful, amazing, brilliant place of heaven. It was basically heaven. All her dead family members were there, and it felt like being bathed in joy. And then she was ripped out of that and shoved into the body of a banshee. Well, her spirit was bound into the form of a banshee by Death Knight Arthas. That's why she was so intent upon killing him. Once she finally actually had... Yes, it is, Bjorn. Once it finally happened, once she finally got her revenge on Death Knight Arthas, she literally leapt off of the very peak of Icecrown Citadel and plummeted to her death, and died. Now, funny fact, her assumption this whole time was once she was done, she would go back to the light. Funny thing, though, Sylvanas did a lot of really unpleasant things. She wasn't super evil, but she was a little bit too cold and a little bit too uncaring, a little bit too murdery. And so she didn't go on to the light when she died the second time. She went on to the dark, which is described as basically the exact opposite. A realm of constant, unending horror and fear and terror and nightmare and just unmitigated awfulness. It's also where Arthas is right now, the real Arthas. Yes, Bitmonk is talking about the short story I'm summarizing for you right now. Hey, Nerzgul. So, in there, one of the Valkyr found her, because the Valkyr have access to that realm for whatever reason, and made a pact with her. She binds her soul to them, which grants them freedom from, everything, basically. And they would go ahead and take her place, basically. One of them took her place in the dark so she could come back to life. It was the form of resurrecting her. In a very, very roundabout way, they were one-ups for her. So she started off with a number of these Valkyr who bound themselves to her. Basically the only Valkyr that were actually left after the events of the Wrath of the Lich King, who weren't otherwise occupied, and were not down in with the Halls of Valor situation. Probably one of the reasons why Sylvanas is so interested in getting to the Halls of Valor. But anyways, 9, thank you. She started off with 9, lost 1 immediately to come back to life, leaving her with 8. We'll be keeping track of that as best as I can as we go throughout the Forsaken Zones. But regardless, in addition to the fact that they forced her back to the living, they serve another purpose. See, all of the Forsaken, and I mean 100% of the Forsaken, that were around prior to Cataclysm, were all the Forsaken that were released back in Warcraft 3. Back during the Undead... No, this is not my AFK. This is... I haven't actually been raised from the dead yet. I am actually still dead in lore. As Zawan earlier put, this is probably the only real choice we get. Anyways, lost my train of thought. Damn it. All of the Forsaken, and again, all of them, were all the various people of Lorerun and of the Elves and of God knows what else that all died during during Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos and were freed during Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. I have no idea, Rory, honestly. I hope that is at least possible, because I'd like to at least get Arthas the hell out of there. So, yeah, their numbers obviously are therefore finite, because neither Sylvanas nor any of the others who served her actually had the ability to raise people up as undead. They were kind of the opposite of the Scourge. They were an undead army that had no way of replenishing itself, as opposed to an infinite undead army. So they had a bit of a situation. The Valkyr finally allowed them a chance to I use this term very loosely, procreate. So that's what happens with us here. We are actually a dead corpse. Yeah, the minion's already hanging out there. We are a corpse who has been unearthed, and they've prepared us, and they're like, all right. And then the Valkyr goes ahead and approaches us, Agatha in particular, and says, Despire, rise, Despire. Welcome back to the realm of the living. With the blessing and power of the Dark Lady, I have freed you from death's grip. You are no slave, Despire. You are free to choose whatever path you choose from here on. If you choose to serve the Dark Lady, I recommend you speak with the Undertaker. And they resurrect us. Or bring us back from undead, I really should say. So, this part is where things kind of get messed up. Zawun and I had a pseudo-argument about this the other day, but it was stupid because we both actually agreed. What Sylvanas is doing is actually worse than what the Scourge did. Allow me to explain. By simply doing these quests. Also, by the way, the random chatter around here is great. I'm going to read a couple of these really quick. In the name of the Banshee Queen, I bestow this gift upon you. And the ones who get resurrected have different results. Some of them kill themselves. Here, let's see what this one does right here. I never asked for this. Leave me alone. And he runs off and turns into a mindless zombie. Probably Bitmonk. It's still dumb. I'm still irritated by it. Also, as much as I like the shadow wings of this type of Valkyr right here, I really have a thing for the light wings like these. Those just look so cool. Here, we'll let her res another one here before we move on. There's some good stuff to show off in this zone. What's happening to me? Why have you done this to me? I bestow this gift upon you. I should be dead, and to death I will return! And they will literally commit suicide. You basically see three types of reactions, categories of reactions here. The ones who completely flip out, the ones who commit suicide, here's one that's flipping out, and the ones that are like, very well, I've been given this second chance, I will do something with it. And those are basically how most people react. I like this for a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason I like this is this makes perfect sense. Not every single person who is raised from the dead, like this, as an undead monstrosity, basically, would be so willing to keep going like it. I mean, I hate to overemphasize this, but we don't have elbows anymore properly. Look at our hands. Look at our eyes. This is actually one of the nicest models. It's my default model for Forsaken. But you can be missing most of your face as you're a Forsaken. And you are this horrible, terrible monstrosity. It's kind of normal, I would think. Like, if this happened in real life, I imagine we would have the same general type of reactions. People would just completely lose it and be mentally insane from now on because of the fact that we are now this walking undead. Or how about, you know, the fact that we can't believe this and we should be dead and just trying to claw themselves apart. And then there would be people. Yes, males can have no bottom jaw. It's another example. And then there would be people who would be willing to go on as undead. I think this is an example. Yeah, here we go. The Banshee Queen has offered me this chance. I will gladly serve. That gentleman over there, we just missed it. He approached the Undertaker, and his response was basically, and Mordo says, and I quote, let's see, I just saw a corpse with a jaw that would fit you. This should do the job. Come back right away if it falls off. And they just attach a new jaw to him so he can speak properly. Yeah, exactly, Nethrazim. So this is kind of horrible, really. But I love how human this is. Oh, nope, that's actually the wrong thing.
I'm listening.
Hello there. You must be Despire. I'm pleased to see that you're up and walking around. You've held up nicely, especially after being dead for so long. Others weren't as lucky. If you wouldn't mind, I need you to fetch my embalming fluid and some twine to stitch up these poor bodies. You'll find both in the shadow grave just behind me. Here, Darnell will join you. He knows the way.
Watch your back.
I actually kind of like Darnell. honestly. He is, as you can see, a fairly large person. In fact, for a long time, I actually assumed he was actually supposed to be like a Tauren or something. And because they didn't actually have the model built, they just made him a very large, brutish-looking undead male. Yeah. And he says, "Greetings, Despire." Except he's actually kind of jovial guy. "Hey, greetings, Despire. This way!" Do. Seriously, though, Darnell's actually a pretty cool guy. "Give me a hand, Despire. Can't find the supplies that Mordo needs." I think they're over here, Darnell. Get some embalming fluid and some twine. Smells strongly of alcohol and ether. And thick enough to reattach limbs and possibly heads. Hey, Darnell, I found it. Come on, let's go. He could be a troll, too. I could actually see that. Either way, I have always assumed he was not human until the Blizzard writers decided to be stupid. But yes, Undertaker Mordor, his actual real-life job... I mean, that's obviously it's not real life, but his job is to help the bodies stay in one piece. Now, for all of you... no, I have not, Wise, really. For all of you who have... heard me talk up the Scourge and how amazing they are, you're probably looking at me weird like, I don't understand. Like, the Scourge don't need a body. They have magic to keep themselves together. Hey, Eru. They don't need all this stuff. Yeah, the Scourge don't need all that. These are not the Scourge. These are just normal, rotting undead. Like I said, very weak, relatively speaking, actually. They have only recently come into any kind of power at all, and even that has been at a fairly terrible cost. And, of course, only humans, because blah.
And you are...
You will find the new items in the Shadow Grave. I believe I left them on my work table. Exactly what I needed. You'll be an asset to the Forsaken, Despire. You know, word has reached that you were quite the warlock in your previous life. Maybe I should assign you a more exciting task. The Valkyr raise hundreds of corpses every day. Now, granted, we're looking at about a 1 in 3 success rate, but still, think about that for a moment. Agatha raised you just a few moments ago, but not all are as lucky as you, however. Some retain their free will, but live in constant fear and confusion. They usually run off into the woods, cowering at their own reflections. Others lose their minds completely, shambling about aimlessly. They often turn to violence and must be destroyed. This is your task, Despire. Destroy them, our former brothers and sisters though they might be.
Trust no one.
And yes, Godric, I have, obviously.
What do you require?
King, peasant, warlock. I don't care what you were before. I need someone with a working tongue. Being raised from the dead is strenuous. Not everyone copes with it as well as you did. In particular, there are 3 newly raised dead who are having trouble coping right now. I want you to find them and talk to them. It might just be that they need someone they can relate with. You'll find them in the graveyard.
Farewell.
So I feel like pointing out that so far, this is actually fairly normal, fairly good of the Forsaken. They're giving these people another chance, and I mean, that's actually kind of horrible because they're doing it to recruit, but they are giving them another chance. They do have their freedom of will, etc., etc. So on the surface of it so far, this seems to be all right. I mean, not the greatest thing in the world. This isn't helping kittens out and petting them, but, you know, it's not terrible. Actually, Mind Blast, from my understanding, they pick up pretty much whoever they want to. Any corpse that they want to. They're not picky. That is more than other factions offer. And yeah, I love the fact that one of the first quests is go try to comfort the other recently risen dead. The idea is that you're someone who had a sufficiently strong mind to cope with it. you know? That you're like, okay, I'm dead now, but I can make this work. And then you're supposed to talk to these other who are having difficulty coping with it. In lore, the idea here is that there are probably dozens, if not hundreds, of undead who just stay around the graveyards, wandering, terrified, you know, just... I don't even know how to... I don't know, you know... Oh, God, my hands, you know. And so the idea of this... I like this. It's a wonderfully human thing to do. Hi, Braven.
Speak quickly.
What's going on? Who are you? What happened to me?
Don't you remember? You died.
I died? Yes, you're right, I died. There was an orc. He cut off my hands, and he left me to die. These aren't my hands. These aren't my hands!
Calm down, Valdred. Undertaker Mordor probably sewed on new ones for you.
I suppose this is my fate now. Part of some undead army. Somehow I never considered I might end up fighting for the Forsaken. What do I do now?
You talk to Undertaker Mordor. He'll tell you what to do, and that is all I know.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Let's get to work, huh? The Dark Lady needs us, right? If you'll notice, by the way, by his cloth, and general demeanor, he was probably just a normal guy who happened to be butchered by some orcs God knows how long ago. This is Marshal Redpath. I hope you remember him.
What now?
Stand back, you monster. You want to fight? Because I'll fight you. I'll fight any one of you. Do you hear me?
I'm not here to fight. I've been asked to speak with you.
Oh, really? Fine. I don't want to join you and your Forsaken. Maybe I'll start my own Forsaken. Maybe I'll invent Forsaken with elbows and blackjack and hookers.
You're free to do whatever you like.
Our time will come.
Who are you calling a monster? You're a monster! I'm just a man who died. The one I'm most interested in, though, and I gotta admit, I have a huge amount of sympathy for this character, is poor Lilian Voss. I really hope we see her in Legion.
What now?
Get away from me, you abomination.
I'm not an abomination. I am undead. I just want to speak with you.
The undead are tanked upon Azeroth. Every one of these creatures must be destroyed.
Lilian, you do realize you are undead yourself.
Beware the living.
No, you're lying. My father will protect me. God, poor Lilian. Poor Lilian.
Hello?
Not even the power of the Valkyr was enough to save these creatures. They were doomed from the beginning. I have obtained some equipment for you, Despire. It's not much, but will help, please.
Beware the living.
I know exactly which ding I want. Wow, that is a terrifying smile. Holy crap. Yes, they were forced to come back. That is a good way to put that, Rory. We were not given a choice. We were forcibly resurrected. That's going to be important as we start to discuss how really horrifying this situation is.
What is it?
You've done well, Warlock. As you can see, not all of us have been resigned to our fates. I'm glad to see you, at least, are willing to work. Valdred will be a valuable asset to the Forsaken. As for the other two, there's not much we can do. We cannot force them to join us. Darnell tells me... Oh, hey, Darnell. Darnell tells me the two of you have already met, and that's good because I'm sending you into Death Knell. Your work is done here. Speak with Deathguard Saltane in Death Knell to the north. He'll tell you what you must know.
Trust no one.
Come on, Darnell. You might ask why I like Darnell. It's because he's kind of simple, but there's a sort of good-natured air to him. He's just kind of a decent guy, you know? Also, I don't think... I mean... See, here's the thing. Tyrannus Menethil was ripped into Frostmourne. So his soul was in Frostmourne. Now, I mentioned that because you can't raise a Type 3 undead without your soul. All you are is a Type 1 undead, or a Type 3 B undead. I can never keep my... Is it A that has their soul or B that has their soul? I can't even remember my own system. Anyways, the point being, a Type 3 without their soul undead is all that could raise Tyrannus Menethil as, and I think that would probably be a huge mistake. So we have no idea of the actual location of Tyrannus Menethil's soul, but it probably moved on since it was released from Frostmourne. Just my take of it. Would I join the Forsaken after I was bombed with Blight? It's funny you ask that, Silwan, since we know for a fact at least some of them do. That's right, A is soulless. That makes more sense, because that was the one that was first introduced. Death Knight Arthas being the pinnacle example there. You know, Arthas without his soul. Well, we're not sure, Kezika. It really does depend on the location of their souls. And we don't know where those souls are. That's why I just kind of leave that one out there. You can raise a body as much as you want, but without a soul, it's not going to be that person, you know? Him.
I am Forsaken.
The Valkyrie have been really busy resurrecting you newbies lately. I've already seen a couple dozen new bodies run down that hill this morning. You, however, are the most promising warlock I've seen today.
Embrace the shadow.
We've been shipping in dead bodies from Silver Pine Hills, Brad. Hell, anywhere we can get them from.
So pay attention to that, by the way. They have actually been transporting bodies here from all of the areas they've been waging war at. Now, you might kind of wonder about that, but this is actually very logical when you think about it. First of all, you don't want to raise Forsaken in the field if you can avoid doing so. There's a lot of problems with that, especially since, as we've already mentioned, only about a 1 in 3 of the Forsaken who are risen join the Forsaken. The other 2 and 3 either go crazy, or try to kill themselves, or become mindless undead, or are horrified, or whatever. So you want to have a safe, relatively calm, soothing environment to raise these people in. Second of all, remember, Sylvanas' those Valkyr are basically her one-ups. She runs out of those, she's dead permanently. And she goes back to the one place that horrifies her more than anything else. The idea of going back to that dark explains everything about Sylvanas' character arc in Cataclysm. She starts becoming really horrible. Yeah, exactly, Zawan. So she becomes really horrible and really violent, and frankly, she actually becomes a truly evil character in Cata because she is driven by her fear. Do you think Sylvanas is going to send most of her Valkyr, to the front lines to recruit? She's only going to bring them there if she is there personally to watch after them. Unfortunately, Sylvanas herself is not actually that strong in a one-on-one fight. She's not bad, but as you'll see in the future, that's kind of another problem. But anyways, so this is why they ship all these bodies all the way back here. And this also goes back to what I was being asked earlier by Mind Blast. So all these bodies can come here from basically everywhere in the Forsaken territories. And yeah, what Rory says is kind of getting towards what I've been building up towards at this point in time, but I'm going to keep building up.
So we've been shipping in bodies from everywhere. We can't, however, afford to ignore the bodies which are right on our doorstep. The last vestiges of the Scarlet Crusade roam here in Tirisfal Glades. While we've managed to push them from Deathnell, several of their bodies are right next to me. Go find them, and bring that Darnell fellow with you. He looks strong enough to carry a few corpses.
Beware, our enemy is abound. I am Forsaken.
If you're gonna be an asset to the Forsaken, you need to learn how to fight. And there's no better target than the Scourge minions that continue to pester us. The wretched ghouls and rattle-cage skeletons that roam the north and east are former troopers of the fallen Scourge. They should prove an even match for a fledgling like you. Do not tarry. When you are done, come speak to me again.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
Let's get moving, Despire. Sultane said we found some corpses up here. Yeah, you can carry all these corpses, right? Of course he can, because he's a troll or whatever. Oh, man. So we know how Verisa reacted to Sylvanas. It is a very good question as to how Illyria will react to Sylvanas. We do know that a very, very small number of recently raised undead don't join the Forsaken and don't kill themselves and manage to find some small degree of a life for themselves. It's not common, though. You might be wondering why there's so many corpses here, by the way. Well, back in Vanilla, there was a bunch of quests to take out the Scarlet Crusade in this region. Well, we've kind of succeeded. The Scarlet Crusade might as well be no more at this point in time. So, in every way that actually matters, yeah, we won. And so there's still all these corpses lying around. And at the time, there really wasn't much that the Forsaken could do about the corpses, especially since they didn't actually care. Now, the corpses are suddenly an asset. None, Rory. None at all. Honestly, the only way I could see them making Sylvanas into a moderate again is if they completely ignored the events of War Crimes, or whatever that book was. The book where they judged Garrosh. Now, I will go ahead and say that I hate that book, so I'm okay with them removing it from canon. But that's the events of that book rather clearly showed that they were trying to push Sylvanas into a no redemption arc. So Verisa was not overly fond of Sylvanas, but she was willing to talk with her and interact with her, and over time kind of discovered that it actually was her sister. Of course it was. Her soul was still attached. Yeah, and so is War of the Ancients, so on. Haha. Anyways, so yeah, she hugged her, she felt pity for her. She was almost ready to join her. Almost. The only thing that finally turned her against it was she thought of her sons and how she couldn't bear to leave behind her boys. So she ended up betraying Sylvanas, and in kind of a bad way, if I'm being honest. And Sylvanas really didn't take that well. Like, yeah, she completely flipped out over that one. Come on, Darnell. Let's get these corpses up here, shall we? Special delivery.
What now?
Great work, Despire. I knew you weren't useless. Yeah, take one of these. The Death Guard have piles of these just lying around.
Trust no one.
Plump, 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 plump. Plump, 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 plump. You know, I am kind of hungry. Ah, damn it, he faded before I could eat him. Oh, well.
I'm listening.
You're growing in strength, Despire. I've seen your type before. You'll be moving out of Deathnall soon, and on to greater things before long. Just don't lose sight of where you started.
Goodbye.
Ding.
This had better be good.
While you were off dealing with the mindless Scourge, the scroll arrived for you. I think it's some matter of importance, as it bears the seal of the Warlock trainer, Maximilian of the Shire!
The living.
No, it doesn't. I'm kidding. God, that smile is horrifying! Oh yeah, so Forsaken can wield the light. I'm not sure what to make of that, honestly. Really, I'm not.
What is it?
I bid you welcome, sister. Oh, I want to read the scroll first.
Trust no one.
An awful predicament to find ourselves in. Isn't it, Despire? Plagued by the foul prince, ostracized and spurned by our own loved ones. We finally have our own will thanks to the beautiful Sylvanas. But what does it afford us now? Slaves to a different master is still a slave, or so I say. But what if we were the masters? Yes, you know what I mean, don't you? We are even more separated from the rest of the Forsaken, Despire, and that's why we must speak further.
Speak quickly.
I bid you welcome, sister. I knew you would come. It's only a matter of time. What I said interested you, didn't it? Hit a chord. Something inside you knew what I claimed was truth. Good. Know this, though. I am no traitor to Sylvanas. If anything, she would appreciate my claims, considering it was her own beliefs that put the Forsaken in the position it is now. I mentioned a slave still being a slave, no matter the master, remember? We both know that it's that type of control, that type of power, that drives us. We seek to have creatures serve us. We know we are more powerful and deserve more respect than the others give us, and so now we look to take it. I will be your ally in this struggle, the struggle for your own freedom. Freedom to seek out our own allegiances. To the Legion!
Remember, patience.
I haven't got all day.
Hey, Lilu.
Earlier on, I saw a young Forsaken woman running, screaming towards the inn. She was screaming for her life, pleading to be taken back home. Not all of us are as resolute as others, Despire. Even so, we must accept our fate as undead, if we are to rise up against those who would put us down. Take my mirror. Show it to the young woman. She needs to see what she really is and join our cause. Besides, we could use all the bodies we can get.
Do not seek death.
Yeah, the green fire quest chain. Oh, awesomeness. The dragon fertility thing. Yeah, I just... So... Let's just get this quest over with real quick. There we go.
Hello.
I'm not sure Sylvanas would accept going back to a regular elf. Try to remember that whether she is an elf or a Forsaken, her death still leads her a place she doesn't want to go. So... Oh, and yeah, so, well, I guess Ziwan already mentioned the light-wielding Forsaken thing. Forsaken Druid. So I really want to emphasize something. This is a monk named Ting, Strong of Stomach. Yeah, try this. Ah, sure.
Hello.
Drink, drink, drink. Wow, it's interesting. Oh, I'm sorry it wasn't to your liking. She should be a pile of bones and slime. Strong of stomach, indeed. Wow, dude. That's kinda not cool there, buddy. So I'm going to give you a little insight into Lilian Voss, just so you understand how this is going for this poor girl. She was raised from birth to hate the undead, to think of all of the undead as horrible, terrifying creatures that must be opposed, and monsters, to think of the undead as monsters, okay? Well, I want you to imagine that one day, your entire life that has been spent training you toward hating, undead, for example, and you wake up one day and you're in an entire town filled to the brim with undead. They're not attacking you. They're not even trying to kill you or anything. They're just looking at you and trying to talk to you and convince you that you're one of them, that you're a monster now. I just mentioned this because I think it really needs to be emphasized how horrifying, how nightmarish this situation is for Lilian Voss. And yes, she is fairly young. Like, fairly young. So let's go try and... let's wait for another player to stop interrupting with my quest. Here, let's put a warning sign right here. Let's see. Stay calm. In theory, any given Forsaken could. Yes, little Billy. Which probably helps further to emphasize why some of them freak out so badly. Funnily enough, Lilian does not choose that answer, Django. Also, while I don't think she would make a good leader of the Forsaken, I just really want to see more of her in the future. She's also technically the only candidate we have right now to take over the Forsaken after Sylvanas. And while Lilian Voss is not exactly a good guy, I think she would be a lot more moderate and a lot less hideously evil than Sylvanas is. Her stance is actually very simple. Screw necromancers. Kill the Scourge, kill the bastards, kill them all. That's pretty much her stance in a nutshell. Would she respawn already? Damn it. Oh gosh darn it, she was upstairs. I guess she moves. Okay, here we go, here we go. Ahem.
What is it?
Get away from me, you monster! Don't look at me! I'm hideous!
You're not hideous, Lilian. You're one of us. Yeah, look in the mirror. See for yourself.
Remember, patience, discipline.
No, you don't understand. I can't be undead. Not me. Not now. Yeah, I'm not sure Nathanios would be acceptable, especially given how much of a bastard he was in vanilla. I also am not sure he's really been up to anything since then. Kind of makes me curious where he is and what he's up to.
Hello?
If we want to keep the Forsaken being bastards, he can take over, but that wasn't what I was going for.
You say she ran away. Oh, what a shame. Very well. As long as she's maintained her freedom of will, there's still hope. I can keep you busy here in town all week, but you seem to be more the fighting type. Yes, you'll just do just fine. I'd like you to talk to Executor Aaron. Follow the path north out of Deathnell. You'll find him past the barricades.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
Honestly, I feel like there's really nothing else to add to the insidiousness of this entire situation. The Forsaken raise you as undead, and then tell you, you have the freedom of will to do whatever you want. You are not a slave, you are not forced to join the Forsaken. And they do so in a calm, quiet place with other friendly Forsaken, who are all hanging around, trying to make you feel part of a community, trying to make you feel like you belong here. And all the while you know that there is nowhere else that is a haven for you. With very few exceptions, nowhere else will actually take in an undead like you. You are screwed the moment they raise you up. And that's the real insidiousness of it. Because you do have the freedom of will. They do not have the ability to control you mentally. They have the ability to control you politically. They have the ability to force you to do something. Because your only alternatives are suicide or going to someone else who will kill you. Now, there are a fairly large number of Forsaken who are civilians who don't actually join the military proper. And pretty much all of those people we encounter are a fairly sympathetic lot. But yeah, I think you kind of see the direction this is going in here. There's actually a quest, I forget the specific one, we'll see it whenever we get there, but where someone who was an enemy of the Forsaken is risen up as an undead, and their reaction is, well, I guess I have no choice now. I have to join the Forsaken. Because there's nowhere else for them to go. because they are now undead, just like their enemy was. The real insidiousness of this isn't the fact that they try to coerce you so much as the fact that they raise you in the first place. It's like... I can't even come up with a good parallel for this. I mean, yeah, it's hard to come up with a good parallel for this. You have a choice. Your choices are be doomed or join us. It's, yeah, it's pretty messed up.
This had better be good.
What do we have here? A new warlock ready for battle, huh? First of all, look at your armor. You're a mess, warlock. If you'd like to stay in one piece, and I've no doubt you do, maybe I can help. If you can gather some paws and wings from wolves and bats nearby, maybe I'll find some armor for you.
Farewell.
Now, there is another aspect of this that is also kind of insidious. So, we do know that when you are raised as an undead, even a Type 3B undead, your soul still attached, because of the severe trauma of it, very few people who are risen in this manner are the same as they were before, if you know what I mean. They are... And I mean, that makes sense. In real life, if you, a real human person, go through something really, really traumatizing, there's a pretty good chance it's going to change you. Now, I ask you, how many things are more traumatizing than dying and getting up as a corpse, you know? But I mention this because a fairly large number of Forsaken, at least from my estimation, and there's a couple in mind, I have in mind in particular that we'll see when we get to Silverpine, who end up joining the Forsaken do so because they're just, at that point in time, angry and violent and screwed up in the head. They have basically become twisted by the trauma of the experience they've gone through. You know? Now, we do know there are people who go to other organizations, as was mentioned earlier. The Argent Dawn is one of those options. They actually will take in undead. Willing, living undead, because the Argent Dawn knows the Lich King is dead, and so, you know, that's at least a possibility. However, it is also worth noting that the possibility of bias against willing undead is definitely a thing. I don't know if that's true or not. This is pure speculation. But even with the Scourge gone and the Lich King gone, if a Forsaken walks up to the doors of the Argent Dawn and is like, hey, so could we, like, join? The odds of them being allowed to join are not good, is what I'm trying to say, especially not without some kind of seal of approval or whatever. You know, I'm trying to think of the term here. The idea of being sponsored for joining, basically, you know.
What is it?
Yeah, kind of, Slates.
Thank you, Despire. This armor should help you out. Hopefully it'll do you more good than the last one who wore it.
Oh, gee, that puts me in confidence.
One of our greatest struggles is to obtain the natural resources we need to survive. Gold was scarce in Lorerun even at the height of the Alliance's power years ago. There is a gold mine to the west that has been overrun with spiders. We need gold from that mine, but we can't get it with the spiders crawling around. I've not much manpower to commit to the task, so we have to do it little by little.
Our time will
Okay,
come.
I'll see what I can do. What fuels the function of the undead? As I mentioned, when it came to the apexes of the cosmology. Yeah, I want that really creepy smile. There it is. The undead are actually undeath is actually an energy source, just like Fel and Light and Dark are. And so undeath energy is what keeps undead functioning. It is literally magic. They are still bound to their bodies, especially the Forsaken, who are nowhere near as resilient as Scourge, as I mentioned earlier. But despite the fact that I don't have muscles on my elbows there, my arms still function, to give you an idea. And what Nethrazim also pointed out is also true. I mean, granted that was Varian during Wrath and a Death Knight, But that just makes it an extreme of an otherwise or understandable example, aka, you are a dead, screw you. Now, I'm not saying people don't have the ability to willingly join, you know, the Argent Dawn or the Crusade or anything like that, or not the Crusade, the other group, if you are dead. But the odds of it happening, I feel, are low. Low success rate. I'm not sure, honestly. Especially since light is not opposite to undeath. Which just really makes me weird that undeath is hurt by light. I know that sounds weird, but based on their own cosmology, that actually doesn't line up properly. Maybe it is just the fact that it fills in the gap, so to speak. And so you become aware of how horrible your existence is, like you yourself have said many times. I don't know. Why did the guy need new hands? Because his corpse, when he was alive, his hands were chopped off and he bled out. So when they raised his corpse, there were no hands on the corpse, so he had to have new hands stitched on in order to function. It's okay, they've got plenty of body parts lying around. And how's that for a creepy thought? Yes, actually, Takoida. I would show you that font of power, but I have to die to show you it. But you know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm here for, Shayandra. I try to entertain and educate. I think the idea is more that it fills in the gaps to an extent. It allows you to keep functioning within reason. I don't have a good answer for you, but for example, we do know that some undead who are lacking a jaw cannot speak properly. They can still speak, see around Nerd School, but they can't speak properly because they're missing a jaw. And yet, the magic allows them to still try and breathe and function and eat, despite missing a jaw. Yeah. Oh, also, so someone earlier asked, I think it was Takoida, asked, is there a time limit on being an undead? Yeah, no kidding, Nicholas. The time limit thing is... There is a time limit. There is actually a time limit on being an undead. It's actually twofold. First of all, because we are not the Scourge... Yes, they do actually need to eat, Rory. Funnily enough. Let's see, so I have to a female, jaw missing. Yep, row number 5. Yeah, exactly, my list. Can undead feel pain? Yes. Pleasure? Yes. Can they be happy? Yes. Here's the real catch. I think one of the biggest reasons I had so much sympathy... Well, there was 2 reasons. 3 reasons why I had so much sympathy for playing a Forsaken back in vanilla. I'll go ahead and go over the 3 reasons right now. First of all, I had a lot of personal sympathy for them. That's all I'm going to say about that. The second reason is because they were hated by the entire world. The majority of the Forsaken back in vanilla were just people trying to make a life for themselves. There were, of course, evil or malicious or aggressive Forsaken, but the vast majority were just trying to survive. Really, most of the evil Forsaken quests were the Apothecary quests, and that makes sense. The third reason, though, is they remind me a lot of nobodies from Kingdom Hearts. There's a lot of similarities, in fact. So, if their body is sufficiently destroyed, again, we are not Scourge. So we can't just get back up. We are permanently destroyed at that point, basically. We are dead, in every sense of the word, because our body has been sufficiently destroyed. But the other way we can die as undead is if we lose the will to live. An undead, a Forsaken, must continuously will themselves to live. They don't just automatically live, like a human being will, as long as you keep eating and drinking and whatnot. They won't just keep going. Their hearts won't keep pumping and their lungs won't keep functioning. Their body will not force them to survive. They have to constantly force their body to survive. And so there is such a thing as Forsaken who have lost that will and have become what they refer to as the mindless, the roaming, or the damned, or whatever you want to call it. But I know they've referred to it at least as the mindless in the past. So... yeah. And yes, they are, Nethrazim. Even amongst the 4 types of undead, there's still a lot of subcategories in there. Who knows, Draculus? We do know Alonsis is Forsaken. Oh, by the way, spoiler, Alonsis Fowl is Forsaken. I shouldn't say Forsaken, he's undead. To make that statement clear.
What would you ask of death?
Well, it's a start. It'll take a few weeks or months to clear out the infestation. After that, we'll have to get down there with some torches and burn away the webbing. You've done your duty well. While you were inside the cave, your big friend Darnell came by with some alarming news. Since the Valkyrie arrived, we've seen more and more undead that choose not to join our forces. They've been gathering at a small camp near, and they're organizing forces. They plan to attack Deathnell. Oh my god, they're led by some guy named Zawun! Joker! Darnell is just down the road to the east. Be careful, while those undead aren't completely brainless, they're not quite right in the head.
Remember, patience, discipline.
I would absolutely play a Forsaken Paladin, but not a Pandaren. Sorry, Braven. So, this is the other thing that undead can do after they have been brought back up. They can actually organize and try to do something about their statement, their condition. And, oh god, no kidding, Zawun.
Speak quickly.
Hey, Despire, you made it. See those tents up ahead? That's where we're headed. The battle's probably already started. While you were taking care of matters for the Executor, I went off on an assignment of my own. Shadow Priest Service asked me to peek in on the Rotbrain camp. There's a reason they're called Rotbrains. Their leader goes by the name of Marshal Redpath, and he's an absolute beast. Look, Despire, the attack's starting and you're better in combat than I am. Go in there and help him out. When you're dead, meet up with the Shadow Priest. Good luck, Despire.
Watch your back.
Now we'll do heirlooms in a little bit. Pendarladin. I like it. Yeah, no kidding, War Wager. Fun times. Fun times. Wounds and injuries can be mended as a Forsaken. We have seen that actually as a thing. But it requires the same general... It's actually more difficult than it would be to do on a normal human since, you know, the light can't be used with abandon on an undead. It can be used. It is possible to heal an undead, after all. But it's a little trickier than it is in other cases. Welcome to hell, Braven. Or, I mean... And yes, as in the same family as Pamela Redpath. Now, it is kind of worth noting that these people are basically... Yeah, exactly, Sonic. I'm trying to think how to put this. Okay, if you were to go to people who are actually mentally diseased in real life, people who didn't actually have the ability to think or function properly because their brain chemistry is wrong, those kind of people, and have them all gathered into one group and have one charismatic individual jump in and say, "Ha, quick, come help us do this." That's basically what's happening with these guys, these rot brains. They're literally wrong in the head because of just the trauma of dying and being raised back up as Unforsaken. And Redpath, who has enough of his brain to remember some of himself, tries to gather them together to attack them because, let's be honest, it's really all he knows at this point. Whoops. So, for those of you not aware, that is Marcus Redpath. You may or may not remember him. He was a quest giver in South Shore, back in vanilla. An Alliance quest giver. Steal their elbows. No. Yeah.
Speak quickly.
Being born under the power of a Valkyr is a strenuous process. Many don't survive the shock, turning into zombies or ghouls. Others retain just enough humanity to seem normal on the outside, but they're sick inside. We should have slain those rot brains the day they were raised. As for you, you're a strong warlock to spire. I knew you'd do well. You'll be headed out of Death Knell soon.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Look who's here.
Hey, Despire! What do you think about my new gear? They're making me into a Death Guard. Can you believe it? I'll probably be staying here in Death Knell if things work out, though. Who knows? Maybe I'll get to meet the Dark Lady herself. How about you? I've heard your Sarvis is going to send you off on a big assignment. Carlston Estate, huh? I won't hold you up. It's been a pleasure, Despire. Hope our paths cross again soon.
Better be good.
Wave, bye. We won't see you again till Hyjal, I think.
These will need to be taken to my field agent, Death Guard Simmer. This information contains the whereabouts of the last few holdouts of the Scarlet Crusade. We will destroy these Crusaders once and for all, and I have a feeling you'll be instrumental in that effort, Despire. Take the road out of Death Knell, and then go to the place you need to go to.
Our time will come.
So. Well, in a similar fashion to a nobody, Takoida, if you damage their body enough, they lose the ability to concentrate on maintaining their self, and they will eventually break apart. They may be far more durable than a normal person, but that is a finite limit. I'm sorry, Shyandra. First Azeroth problems. Lich Sylvanas. And then we have to we don't have that many Naru lying around to reignite the Sunwell. Damn it, Sylvanas. Now, I have always been of the belief that the Forsaken can wield the light, because that just makes a lot of sense to me. Again, especially since light is not in opposition to undeath. However, it is worth noting that there have been some talk, and I don't know how true this is, that there are no priests who wield light or discipline in all of the Forsaken, even though Forsaken can play priests, and they can play, holy priests. They might only be wielding shadow in lore. I don't buy that, but I thought I'd at least mention it to show both sides of that discussion. So welcome to Tirisfal Glades. Now, basically, Takoida. Again, you can destroy their bodies completely, since, if you chop off their arm, an average Forsaken doesn't have the power to just reattach it. They have to sew it back on, just like those hands. Correct. That is true. The undeath is in opposition to nature. So I have to admit, a Forsaken Druid would have to be it would be pretty unlikely. I would still argue that it's possible, but damned unlikely. So, probably not Takoida. This is not that type of undead. That is effectively severed from the rest of them. Hello, captured zealot. Anyways. I would love to play a Forsaken Paladin. I would totally re-roll my Blood Elf Paladin to be a Forsaken Paladin in a heartbeat. I've actually wanted to play that since Vanilla. I even back in Vanilla, I was like, oh, it'd be awesome. They'll never let me do it, though, and they haven't in 10 years. Alright. Quests. Actually, I want to share one other thing real quick. Obviously, due to my predilection... not predilection. Yeah, that's the right word. Oh, he is definitely a paladin. Zepik or Zarek, or whatever his name is, in Noxramas, he is an undead paladin. Period. There is no arguing that. It is the one true concrete example we have of an undead paladin. The only other example we've ever come up with is not really. Theoretically, yes, Kazuka. Then again, it's worth noting paladins have never actually been strongest against the Forsaken and the Scourge. Not really. Zelik, that's his name. So now it is worth noting, however, Zelik is a paladin who was... Zelik is an undead paladin under the Lich King, a member of the Scourge. And as I've already pointed out, the Scourge have way more ability to manipulate undead than basically anyone else. So Zelik really was a special case. Only someone like the Lich King, the second Lich King for that matter, because that was the second Lich King, has the power to make an undead paladin like that. And he still had his own will, he just couldn't do anything about it. But, I know, Netherzeem, I just roll my eyes at it. Maybe they'll undo that to fit the new cosmology, who knows. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves for a moment. The reason light works against undead is because of other fiction. Because that's how it's always worked. Light is in opposition to death, and that's how, like, every other fiction has always been ever. But Warcraft isn't that way. Death is over here, light's up here. They're not in opposition to each other. So, moving on. But yeah, Zelik is definitely a unique case. The idea of a random Forsaken, who is just a body risen up, with their soul still attached, being a paladin, I would admit is pretty unlikely. However, I still think it is possible, and I would still absolutely make an undead paladin in a heartbeat. Theoretically, light would be best against void, actually. But anyways, regardless of how it is or isn't or will be or whatever, let's continue our quests.
Forsaken.
And I'll talk about Tirisfal Glades. What do you want? Yes, this is very good. You've done well in obtaining this information. Names of the Scarlet Crusade officers in the Tirisfal. Imagine the blow we could deal, and the morale of those bloody zealots if we were to kill their leaders in one swift strike. I'll pass this information forward.
Beware.
That's true,
Lilian.
Zuon. That could be it. Humans are notoriously fickle creatures. The farmers to the west are no exception. Sure, they may be plowing their fields peacefully now, but tomorrow they may be raising their scythes against us. The Alliance looms close by in Gilneas, and the power of Stormwind looms to the south. Any of these could recruit these tillers and use them as a wedge against us. I want them dead.
Farewell.
Well, okay.
This had better be good.
What do we have here? You look like a fledgling warlock. If you hope to prove yourself to the Dark Lady, you must learn the ways of the Forsaken. To the west you'll find a farm. Humans infest it like mold and a rotting corpse, and worse, the Scarlet Crusade patrol nearby from their tower. Teach them a lesson and steal from me their pumpkins.
Trust no one.
What is Doritos Roulette?
I'm listening.
You work hard your whole life, and what do you get? Healed by a plague, and then you work even harder in Undeath. And what do you get? Money? Yes, and a small estate with a few pesky hangers-on, but happiness, not so much. I'm lonely in my old age, Despire. I need a companion. Use this leash on the Murlocs, and you'll have to weaken it before you can leash it. Well, then bring it back to me.
Watch your back.
Ah, gotcha, Chandra. I haven't actually tried that yet. Although I tried their Salsa Verde Doritos recently, which was new for me, and I really liked those. I don't know, whether or not the light or the fel or anything works together. At this point, thanks to the book, some of that has probably been thrown into question, and the rest of it is just up to your interpretation. Take it as you will. I personally view it in one way, but that does not make it the definitively right way. Other people can view it in however ways they wish, because that's how that works. We all get that choice. That actually would work as a one, now that I think about it. That also explains why Fel and Arcane are kind of on their own. Because they are... So what we've got, then, is the overall quadralogy of the cosmology would be life, death, chaos, and order. And that actually makes a lot of sense. And that's probably why they branched it out into light and nature, and then void and necromancy, or necromantic, whatever they actually call it. Undeath energy. Do undead get hungry? Yes. Do they need to eat? Yes. Do they need to sleep? Yes. However, it is worth noting the word need there has an asterisk by this. This is entering the realm of speculation. But based on how they're presented, in other words, another form of life, as opposed to, you know, being the undead, a completely new thing, it's probable to take this in one of two different ways. Either they actually do need to eat and sleep and drink, just like we do, because they still have bodies to maintain, and they still want to maintain them, and it still helps them to keep functioning. I mean, so that they don't rely completely on magic, in other words. See you around, Shiryu. Or, there's another alternative interpretation I've heard before, which is... and the other alternative interpretation is that they don't actually need those things, but they help them to feel alive. And as we have already established, and this is not speculation, they need to maintain their will to survive and continue being a thing, a living thing, in order to function. So it might just be that the reason they need to eat and sleep and drink is because it helps them to keep that focus. Both are valid interpretations, which is why I mentioned both of them. What's true blood? And yeah, I feel kind of bad for these farmers. These people survived the Scourge somehow. Now, okay, in vanilla, these were not regular old farmers. In fact, I'm actually kind of curious who these guys are in Cataclysm, because it makes a point of the fact that these are just regular old farmers. Oh, thank you. But in vanilla, these were specifically people who had been conscripted by the Scarlet Crusade. So it made sense that they would be moved here. And then, later on, these other humans... I don't know. I don't know where these guys are from. Just thought I'd point that out. It's a mystery. Well, as we'll discover, these people are... what's a good word? So the Scarlet Crusade's evil. I think we can all agree on that, right? Except for Zawan. He's secretly a member of the Scarlet Crusade. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm hungry. Nom, 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 tasty corpse. Oh, God, that's some good human. Anyways. So the Scarlet Crusade are bullies, at best. They're the kind of people who would walk up to you and be like, hey, you know, you should be grateful for our aid in defending you against an enemy you didn't even know existed. So we're just going to take whatever we want from you, and you can't do anything about it. And if you try to prevent us from doing this, well, that makes you our enemy. Because at that point in time, the only reason anyone would oppose us, because we're the good guys, is if you're the bad guy. And so that's kind of what the Scarlet Crusade does to civilian groups. We actually saw this in the Death Knight Starter Zone, too. They were doing it over here in the Scarlet... I forget the name of this town, but this town over here. Gotcha. Yeah, it was New Glaven or New Haven or New Hearthglen, I don't know. But yeah, they kind of are a war wager, legitimately. The only difference is the Mafia probably knows that they're actually evil bastards, whereas the Scarlet Crusade, for the most part, actually believes they're doing the right thing. It's kind of sad, really, when you think about it. We really are helping these people. If it wasn't for us, why, they would be victims of everyone. Someone might come up and just force them to start working for them. Wouldn't that be terrible? Wouldn't that just be awful? I figure this is an appropriate staff to use on this character. What do you guys think?
Be quick about your business. Victory for Sylvanas. What is it?
You've been makings of a mighty warlock. I heard the cries of those humans all the way over here. Perhaps soon we'll be rid of this human blight. We need someone with initiative like yourself to drive the Scarlet Crusade to the grave. Prove to me you are capable of serving the Dark Lady by traveling west to the tower and killing their warriors.
Beware the living.
Lieutenant Gebler, how curious you would decide to take a prisoner. An undead one at that. What were you thinking? Do you think that just because of the prisoner's former status, she would be above the edicts of the Scarlet Crusade? No. This is most troubling, Gebler. I would remind you there are penalties for such bad behavior. I command you to execute the prisoner at once. She is no longer one of us.
What now?
Were you able to gather 10 pumpkins? Oh, you've performed your bidding well. These pumpkins have a purpose. They'll be delivery mechanism for my latest batch of plague, which should be particularly painful and virulent concoction. However, the plague requires a few rare ingredients. We'll need marrow petals and Zavrin's thorn, some cucumbers.
Dark Lady.
Sea cucumbers.
Well, sure, I gotta turn in this Murloc first. Hey, I brought you something.
Speak quickly.
Oh, look at him. Isn't he the most adorable thing ever? Thank you, Despire. I feel more energetic already.
Victory for Sylvanas.
I'll call him Speckle.
Creepy grin! Gotta get that creepy grin in there. Might as well just go all out here, shall we? Yep, he has an enslaved friend now. You know, most people when they're lonely, they try to, you know, hang out with others or, I don't know, something, anything else than this terribleness. I mean, yeah, whatever. An undead Murloc army. Why is that not a thing all around already? Why is there no blight around? Well, I have this weird feeling that they deliberately haven't been using it here because they don't need to. Like, I know they aren't bothered by the presence of the blight, so that's not why they're doing it. But, again, they have no need of using it around here. They already have this territory rather solidly. They're not going to waste it on a few crusaders. So no, they use that in the actual military attacks, as we'll be seeing in a few more zones. And technically, as we've seen in the past already, since we've already seen Gilneas. Yeah, no kidding, Rory. So I have to admit, like I said, Oh, I'm sorry. I was referring to the Forsaken Blight, the green goop of doom. The Scourge Blight is a little different, and we do actually see a few places that still have that around here. So, the, it is counterproductive. Are you kidding me? It's that whole victory at any cost thing. No wonder they got along well with Garrosh. Roll my eyes. So, like I said, I played a lot of Forsaken back in the day. My most common race by a huge margin was Forsaken. Virtually all of my characters on the Horde were Forsaken back in the day. And, I bring that up because I kept going through Tirisfal over and over and over and over. So I know how a lot of you guys have been like, oh, I have lots of nostalgia for, you know, this zone or this music or whatever. Well, this song and this zone are basically my biggest nostalgia points in this game because of how much I did this zone over and over and over. And it reminds me of those first few days of really figuring this out and understanding things and meeting other players and oh god, going to the Agamand Mills. You remember when that was actually a really hard quest? Because I do. Yeah. Anyways, how massively neutered is the Scourge at this point? I would say at this point the Scourge is running at less than 1% of capacity, if you understand my meaning. They don't have the ability to get up infinitely, so their biggest advantage is gone. There are still groups that call themselves Scourge, but they actually really aren't Scourge in any way that matter. They're just free-willed undead who have decided to keep following the tenets of the Scourge. There are a few Scourge that want to bring back the Lich King, that don't really accomplish much. And then there's a few Scourge who are basically just, we will, you know, form our own basis of power. You know, basically evil bastards who are being evil regardless of any presence or absence of the Scourge, because, as we had discussed, one of the groups of people who willingly joined the Scourge back in the day and the Cult of the Damned were evil bastards who were just ambitious. But effectively, in every way that matters, you could say the Scourge doesn't exist as of this point. It kind of really doesn't. Not as an actual organization, not like it used to be. I would say no, yeah. Kel'Thuzad would definitely be of his own mindset right now. I've done that too, Zoan. We'll make our own Scourge. That kind of is what they're doing, Psychotic. I mean, really. So once upon a time, Forsaken had a few player bonuses. One of them was they had a really large breath bar. If you're paying attention, I don't have a breath bar right now. That's because I don't actually need to breathe underwater anymore as a Forsaken. I could just be down here as long as I want. 0 breath bar. I would still really like Kel'Thuzad to make a comeback. Not only because I think they could do more with his character, but because I'm a huge fan of Kel'Thuzad and Michael McConaughey in general. Because, yeah! Awesome. Yeah, it was like quadruple or whatever back in the day. Now it's just infinite. We just answered that, Magister. There are 2 interpretations of why they might need to eat. If you're asking for a concrete answer, I don't actually have it for you. Hearthstone Kel'Thuzad. Well, I'm glad they got Michael McConaughey back for the voice. It gives me hope. As I talked about all the way back in Northrend, they decided for very stupid reasons not to allow Michael McConaughey to do the voice of Kel'Thuzad in Northrend. Then, in Hearthstone, which was developed after that, they gave him back to Michael McConaughey. So I'm hopeful that if he ever comes back, he'll be voiced by awesome dude. I mean, Michael McConaughey. So, you know. Correct. Kel'Thuzad's phylactery is not destroyed in lore. It is actually very possible for him to come back. In fact, if I'm being completely blunt, I'd be a little surprised if he didn't. They might not do something cool with him like I hope for, but the odds of him coming back are pretty high. Even if it's just in a short story or a comic or a book or whatever. Isle of Kildanus. That was an awesome daily hub. Magister's Terrace was awesome, too. Would the Lich King be able to forcibly command Kel'Thuzad? Yes, of course he could. Remember, there are no undead that can resist his will if he chooses to imprint it upon them. That's part of the design, that conceptual magic thing, of how the Lich King functions. However, we also know that Kel'Thuzad was loyal for so long, and loyal specifically to Arthas no less, that it's very, very likely he never actually felt the need to assert that control over Kel'Thuzad. I hope he keeps the cat too. That would be awesome. And I hope the cat gives him a big hug. That might be true, Lilu. It is also possible they didn't think about it as much as we have. That is a possibility. Other players, other players, other players, other players. Boop doop boop boop doop doo doo ah doo doo. No, we're in Tirisfal. Dark Archon. I only think the Sunwell was a factor in the amount of power he was able to channel. Keep in mind, Kel'Thuzad was also very willing, and if you're paying attention, and I hope you are, one of the biggest things that we've learned about the Undead is the more willing you are, the more power you can wield. Yes, the Lich King could have taken control of Sylvanas at will at any moment, if he chose to. Just like he could have the Death Knight player characters, if he chose to. I would love that Magister. I eat up that kind of world building. Oh, here we go.
What will you require?
What are you doing here? Get out of here! I'm here to rescue you. First of all, I don't need to be rescued. And second of all, I'd never allow myself to be rescued by an abomination like you! Lilian, you're one of the Forsaken, like me. Which brings the question, why did the Scarlet Crusade put you in a cage? They usually kill on sight. I'm just going to go ahead and wait for that player to get out of the way. And just because he's going to screw up the cutscene. We only have speculation, Wise Relief, but that plot thread has not been resolved yet. And why didn't he? He had no reason to. She was never a threat to him. The Death Knights were never a threat to him. That was never part of his plan. He had other things he was working on. Now, it's very likely, once he actually had his ultimate fighting force of the player characters under his control, that would have been the moment where he switched things into high gear and said, okay, time to conquer the entire world and get ready for the real problems he's ready to deal with. Like the Legion, for example. So he probably would have switched the control on Sylvanas and the players and the Forsaken and all that at that point. That's true, Zawan. It is possible there's long-term downsides we don't know about. As I've pointed out before, it's kind of funny how recent necromancy really is in the setting. I mean, really recent. Really, prior to Warcraft 3, necromancy basically didn't exist in the setting. Not in any meaningful fashion. We talked about that when we were talking about Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad, one of the most brilliant, wizened, powerful mages in the Kirin Tor, managed to resurrect a rat as a Type 1 undead. Yeah. Are you done up here wasting my cutscene? Yes, okay, good. Idiot.
What would
So anyways, I'm here to rescue you.
death?
I am not undead! Not for long, anyways. My father will rescue me, I know it. Your father?
Victory for
Yes,
Sylvanas.
Wait, I hear the lieutenant approaching. Correct, Schmeidolf. The time has come, my little captive. Word has come back from your father. Gebler, you came! Oh, what did he say? High Priest Voss denounces you as his daughter. He's ordered you to be executed immediately. What? No, this can't be. Gibbler, you know me. We were friends once. The High Priest sends his regrets. He had hoped one day you would be a powerful weapon against our enemies. Unfortunately, you are too dangerous in life, and you're too dangerous. Oh! Kepler, Father, why would you? The world of the living may have turned its back on me, but I'm no damned Scourge. Just go. So, I hope you paid attention to the fact that she killed him while still in her cage. In fact, she has this sort of purple-violet energy stuff. In fact, people have been debating for years what exactly she has the ability to do, because she demonstrates a power that's fairly unique. We don't actually see a lot of details on what exactly she can do. We know she can wield rune blades, and she wears rogue armor later on, and she uses this weird violet power of doom. She can actually literally morph herself through bars and kill people at range with the violet flames. We don't 100% know what that is, though. Best guess, she's got a little bit of... She's basically like a void-empowered rogue. Not 100% sure what she is, though. Probably. They should, Lila. But yes, orcs in Warcraft 1 and several other people have actually used Type 1 undead in the past. But that's barely necromancy. That's like calling a bunch of 8-year-olds playing basketball in the court pro basketball. You know, it's such a completely different league from, you know, pro basketball. It's a completely different thing. Yeah. Anyways. I can't remember his name either, Wise Relief, but I know who you're talking about. And yes, specifically, they tried to bring her back because of the fact that she was the daughter of one of the High Priests. And then the High Priest chastised them for that and said to execute her immediately because Scarlet Crusade are evil.
What is it?
I've got a feeling this will be my best batch yet, little Warlock. Excellent work. Now for the fun part. Harmless pumpkins, right? Or so it would seem. If we are to defeat the Scourge advances from the north and the human infestation from the south, we need to realize the full potential of our gift of undeath. With a little ingenuity, a simple pumpkin becomes an agent for our Dark Lady. This pumpkin is laced with my latest formula. Yet another Scarlet Zealot has been captured and is being held outside. Take this pumpkin to the fool.
Beware the living.
Hey there, buddy. Stay away, foul, unholy creature. May the light protect me. The Scarlet Crusade will win, Azeroth of your... Oh, is that for me? Oh, I'm so hungry. By the light, sweet food, sweet pumpkin, yum. I don't feel right. Oh, my flesh, my mind.
Speak quickly.
Most excellent, Warlock. Your skill in the art of combat is undeniable.
Remember, patience.
A letter?
Discipline.
What does it say? The Scarlet Crusade takes no prisoners. That they would do with this young woman is curious. The powers you describe are even more curious. She passed through the bars of her prison and killed her captor. Why hadn't she done that in the first place?
Beware. Our enemy is abound.
Well, I don't know, but you know what I do know? I want to take a picture. With my good friend. Hey there, buddy. What's going on? Yeah, I think that's a good picture. No, that was pretty horrible. I'm not even going to try and defend that. That was pretty evil. In case you were missing it, I mean, that wasn't just an act of cruelty. It was kind of worse. It was an act of immorality. That was an apothecary, of course. They were using him as a test subject. We could have killed him normally, but there was no purpose to do that. The whole point was to try and see if this new form of spreading the blight, the Forsaken Blight, would have actually worked. And it worked pretty well, as you saw.
Master wants weeds. Us got big hands, not good at picking. You help us, we not hurt you. Us need gloom weed, many weeds. Go have weed, take to Master Holland and Brill.
Okay, I'll go get some gloomweed. Ah! Surprise donation is surprise. So first of all, thank you for the donation. And I'm trying to read the whole comment. It's a long comment, and it's like being weird. Aha! This is the Celis and Rydia threads I've seen. I actually have read both of those, and they were actually kind of interesting. I actually tend to agree overall, especially when it regards to Celis in FF6. Secret of Mana is an awesome freaking game. I'm not sure a lore run is something that would work in Secret of Mana, not unless I was cheating like crazy. I might do that, I don't know. As for a rumination, well, I have no idea on that one. And again, thank you for the donation. If you would like to put it towards one of our donation incentives, might I recommend the normal suit? That is totally something you can donate towards. Hey, Narlex. Yeah, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Gloomweed is completely useless. It is basically just a weed. It has no known alchemical or apothecarian properties whatsoever. Doomweed is a little different. Now, we all know Forsaken are the best race. You know, I was just thinking about the longevity of Forsaken versus other races, and since Forsaken don't really have an age limit per se, under the right circumstances, I need to add that, it's possible that a Forsaken could live to be a really long time. Whatever I want it for, you got it, normal suit. Death destruction. Oh, I did, Psychotic. I have met the Welcome Bear. Absolutely. Who here knows about the Welcome Bear? Because I sure as hell do. Anyways, so the longevity of the Forsaken, and I was just remembering a quote that Uther said to Death Knight Arthas. I hope there's a special place in hell just for you, Arthas. That's really messed up when you think about it. If you rewind time and think about that, and then fast forward time to the point at which Arthas is in a special place in hell. Anyways, but yeah, I have definitely. I'll talk about the Welcome Bear in a bit, right after I read this quest. Whoa.
What now?
Scourge have trickled into the glades, infesting this area. I need someone to kill them. Well, I could do that.
Watch your back.
Speaking frankly, the Forsaken of yesteryear were a sniveling, pathetic group. We huddled together in decrepit old human buildings, hiding from the Scourge, cowering from the Alliance, and groveling at the foot of the Horde. That's the Forsaken I'm loyal to, by the way. The group that was pretty decent people and just hated by reality. Look at you now and see the product of the new Forsaken. We have made our mark on Azeroth, and that mark will grow. Our dominion will blanket the world.
That's the new Forsaken.
Our time will come.
As I've pointed out, there are fairly logical, reasonable reasons why many members of the Forsaken would be like that. And then there's many horrible, terrible, evil reasons why members of the Forsaken would be like that. And we all know Sylvanas' motives, which have nothing to do with either, really. Just... Yes, the Forsaken Dominion. I like the sound of that, actually. And then kill the... So, Welcome Bear. For those of you not aware, this is Tirisfal Glades, a level 1 to 10 zone that you start your game off. When you go through this area right here, the Bulwark, you end up in this zone, which in the day was a level 50 zone. 50 to 55 zone. So Welcome Bear was the... I don't even know if this is actually true anymore. But back in the day, when this was more of a concern, your aggro radius was dependent on your level relative to the enemies. In other words, if a normal aggro radius, I'll just do a top-down like here, was, say like right here I would aggro these two corpses right here normally, and that is about a normal aggro radius. The higher level I am to them, the smaller that grows, to the point where I'd have to be like, if I'm like 20 levels above them, I have to pretty much stand on them to aggro them. By contrast, if I am 20 levels below them, they'd aggro me from, say, all the way over here, like both of them would. And if they're about 40 levels, they would aggro me from, I'd say about this distance right here. The other one over there would aggro me. So your camera would be in like this, because, you wouldn't have it super zoned out. And you'd be like, all right, what's going on, what's going on? And all of a sudden you'd see, you're in combat. The little indicator would pop up in the upper left there with the crossed swords, and it's like, why am I in combat? And there would be like a good 5-6 seconds before this bear or spider would come out of nowhere and one-shot you. That's the Welcome Bear. And I have encountered that bear more than once. I have also done the trip to through there and into the Eastern Plaguelands for several reasons. First of all, just for curiosity. Second of all, I have actually done the trip to get flight paths to connect the Blood Elf zones when you're lower level. And I've done it just for reasons I don't remember right now. I'm trying to remember. There was another big reason why I used to do that trip, and I can't remember it right now. Maybe I was just doing it for mining on an alt? I'm not sure. But either way, I got pretty good at making the corpse drag run through the West Plagues into East Plagues.
What would you ask of death?
Have you completed the task which I charged you? Well done.
Trust no one.
Now go away. Okay.
Now, there is basically no level gap that big anymore. It doesn't exist. This is still a decent level gap. This is still a level 10 to a level 30 zone. But that's as big as the level gaps basically are right now. There's a couple other gaps like that. But none so severe as the old Tirisfal to West Plagues. Also, yes, I've done the Darnassus to Ironforge run many times, since Night Elf was my most common Alliance character, back before Draenei were a thing. Fun fact, all of my Alliance characters that are not for the Lorerun right now are all Draenei. So this is the new Brill. For those of you not aware, this is really different. This used to be rotting, collapsed houses and buildings and whatnot. Basically living in the ruins of Old Brill, the actual old town that used to be here. As we discovered back in Wrath, the Forsaken have their own form of architecture now. So they've actually started building their own stuff now. Because screw it, we're not going to be these oppressed, terrible people who are decent people but being spit on by everyone. Instead, we're going to be these horribly evil people who actually have power and strength and domination over all of us. And isn't there like an in-between of these things? I mean, seriously. Yes, we actually have paved roads with skulls in them. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure those are just carved in the faces of skulls, not literally skulls. And, of course, a big old statue to Sylvanas, because for some frickety reason, everyone just worships the ground she walks on. I don't know why, really. I mean, in character. I like Sylvanas as a character a lot. That's not what I'm saying. What I mean is, there are people who are really, really loyal to Sylvanas, and I'm not really sure why. But whatever. Yes, I know, there's probably some old guard members of the Forsaken who are like, ah, she's the one who freed us from the Lich King. So, I mean, there's that. But, yeah.
I'm listening.
Yes, I'm Brill's local magistrate, reporting directly to the Dark Lady. Impress me. You may end up meeting the Banshee Queen herself. Now, on to your first task.
Yes, it did, Gnarlix. That's still provably weird, so we'll see what they say in the future about it, because they haven't really said anything else about the Undead other than that one entry. Yeah, they do, Takoida. They really do. Oh, God. Back. Come on. Work with me.
Goodbye.
I need a fresh report from our way station to the east. I must know if more Scourge forces have slipped past the bulwark into Tirisfal. Our vigilance on the border to the Plaguelands must be maintained. We can't let the Scourge get a foothold here.
Yeah, sure.
Remember, patience, discipline.
That could be psychotic. I mean, Lord knows it is very understandable why people were loyal to Garrosh, which is I hate it. It is funny if they actually do deify Sylvanas, because in lore she's actually not that strong. Really, she really isn't. She's got a lot of potential, and she's got the Forsaken at her back, but her personally in a one-on-one fight? Pfft, no. Welcome, Magistrate. I want you to move all your forces to the outlying colonies. I know there won't be any problems with these new arrangements.
Intriguing.
Where's that useless abomination? Either you have what I need or you best get out of here and find it. What is this, gloomweed? I have no need for that. That mindless mass of flesh is out picking daisies and convincing the lady knows how many dupes like you are doing the same. No offense. We'll deal with the gloomweed later. For now, we've got other matters to discuss.
They'll all be mine in the end.
Lady Sylvanas has called upon the Royal Apothecary Society, challenged us to concoct a new plague. A plague deadlier than any ailment on Azeroth. This disease will bring ruin to our enemies, living and dead. My studies show that the blood of beasts might be helpful. Here, fill these vials so I can test my theory.
But yeah, I agree. She is definitely a good organizer. She was a great general back when she was still alive. Arguably one of the best generals they've ever seen amongst the High Elves. So I absolutely agree. She is a fantastic leader, militarily speaking, and a good person at getting a group organized. But not really that great in a one-on-one fight. Oh, absolutely, Zoan. Kill the crap out of that apothecary.
What is it?
I will never believe that statement, Norlax.
Executor Zygond asked me to take stock of our equipment. Well, that's bloody tough. Now, fine. With the Scourge and worse lurking in the woods, he doesn't want the Death Guards to lack what they need. I found that we are, in general, well stocked, but we need more weapons to replace those lost in the field. Here is a requisition order for what's needed. Go take it to the weapon dealer in Undercity.
Embrace the shadow.
I'm trying to follow the story, basically, Kingarian. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. How does Tirisfal Glades have anything to do with Stranglethorn Vale? I will actually answer your question very simply. So, with Deutsch done in basically all of the southern areas, his next step is Arathi. But I want to do Arathi as Horde and Alliance. So in order to do that properly, I have to get my Horde to the point where we are at Arathi. So we're going to be basically following our Forsaken as we move through here. Yes, Genghis. Until we reach Arathi. Then we'll do Arathi on both sides. Then we'll move north to Hinterlands and do Hinterlands on both sides. Then we'll move further north to the Western Plaguelands. You get the point. I know exactly what he's referring to, Mind Blast, and I just roll my eyes. Actually, Tirisfal would be over here somewhere. If memory serves. We actually go there in Legion, so we'll know exactly where it is back there.
I am forsaken.
Information we've received from Executor Aaron in Deathnell contains all the details we need to wipe out the human infestation from this land. According to this information, the Scarlet Crusade has assigned Captain Perrin and a brigade to the ruined towers west of Beryl. Kill them all, and while you're there, see if you can dig up any information on what they're up to.
Remember, patience.
Very well.
Oh my god, you're right! So we've got the Dominion, the Protoss, and the Forsaken all in one group. I like this organization.
What do you require?
In order for supplies.
Goodbye.
Well, I can fly you to the Undercity, but why would I do that? Right, don't have my mount set up yet. I hate that stupid mount so much I refuse to use it. I will walk! Magic, Dakota. Lots of magic. Just pumping magic into their veins. Pumping magic directly into their chromosomes. Oh god, Horde attack! Oh wait, we're part of the Horde, right. Now the funny fact here, pretty much from Cataclysm and on, the Forsaken aren't really a real significant part of the Horde anymore. And I'm not just saying that to distance, my Horde from them. It's true, with the sole exception of the attack on Orgrimmar. The Eastern Front, here in the Eastern Kingdoms, and the Western Front, in the Barrens and whatnot, are completely separate fronts, with very, very little coordination between the two sides. Which I just find really fascinating, actually. Especially given the fact that they were... well... let's just say that even if the Twilight's Hammer had not provoked the Night Elves and the Orcs into war with each other like they did, it's a pretty good chance the Alliance and the Horde would have gone to war anyways because of the Forsaken. Because of Sylvanas. Let's put that where that belongs, actually. You deserve to lose this land for what your people did for us. Now back off or face the wrath of the Worgen. As far as you know, a Worgen rogue roaming Tirisfal is a new development. This is something the Executor would most certainly be interested in. I do have to admit I like the idea of a Forsaken being a champion of the Argent Dawn. Meanwhile, Zawan is going full-on Scarlet Crusader over there. What the hell are Worgen doing in Tirisfal Glades? You lost, Worgen. Give up. Gilneas is gone. You haven't taken it back in years. You're not going to anytime soon. Worthless, stinking, filthy mutts. Time to kill all the Worgen we see. Yes, we have, Bjorn. We have done that already. It's one of the first zones we did, actually. Well then, welcome, me brother. Together we be conquering these lands in the name of the Trolls. Let's get a good shot of the thing. Yeah, evil grin. Whoops, I have to kill missionaries. I just really hate the casual arrogance of the Gilnean people. I talked about that while we were going through Gilneas. It's like, oh, screw all the other people around here, and oh, screw everyone else. We're superior to everyone. Now, I know. There are other races that are equally arrogant in this setting. That's not new. It doesn't make it piss me off any less, you know? Yeah, Silverpine will definitely be happening tomorrow. For anybody curious. So we haven't really talked about how Warlocks work, other than the fact that we talked about how Fel works. So, it really boils down to something... What? Hang on a second. Damn, I can't have my Warlock title. I guess I'm too low level for it. I do have it. of the Black Fire, or the Green Flame, or whatever the heck it's called. Black Harvest, something like that. Anyways, I have that title. But yeah, the Warlocks. So I actually really like this. We really get a lot of insights into just how incredibly powerful Fel Magic is. And it's so powerful at a cost, of course, but it is really, really powerful compared to most other energy sources in the entire setting. Probably the most powerful energy source of the whole setting, in terms of just raw output, okay? I mention that because Warlocks in lore should be way, way stronger than any other class. And technically they are. They just don't do that. They don't use that because they have a brain. They understand that using that kind of power is extremely detrimental to their own health. And it also is a constant risk of corruption. Imagine if you're using the dark side in Star Wars, except it's constantly pumping into you this inclination towards evil, for lack of a better way to put it. And while you're using it, it feels really, really good, and it's about 50 billion times stronger than the dark side. So you've got the temptation to use it, or the temptation to use it out of like personal desire or whatever, the temptation to use it because of how great it feels, and the temptation to use it because it's very powerful. Yeah, Demon Hunter being second, basically, correct. So basically, as a Warlock, a player character Warlock, you are more or less constantly, every now and then, this is actually similar to a Death Knight, actually. You are pretty much constantly rolling a will save of trying to keep yourself in check and hopefully not failing miserably and, you know, oh, hey, I got my Voidwalker. That's early. And hopefully not failing miserably and, you know, going, because kind of the general idea is the, you know, the player character probably does not want to go, yeah, pretty much, Brakeman. Actually, yes, Magister. Garrosh personally ordered the Forsaken to attack in the Eastern Kingdoms. Now, that being said, I do believe the Forsaken would have attacked anyways. They had plenty of motive to do so. But they were actually pushed into this war by Garrosh, specifically. Yeah, he literally wanted a dock. That was his motive. There's a short story, which I actually referenced earlier when we were talking about Sylvanas' suicide, that kind of goes into just how little Garrosh cared about the Forsaken. Now, I know you're thinking, oh, whoop-de-crap, who cares about the Forsaken? But what I mean by that is he was literally tossing them out as little better than fodder, and they were getting mulched because he didn't give them any support, weapons, material, or orders, or strategy, or tactics, or anything. He was just, here's a giant... Oh, no, it is confirmed by Debs, Arabani. Especially, there's several points it's confirmed by, especially in Warlords, believe it or not. They talk about Fel a lot in Warlords. Excuse me. But so it's like, all right, here it's basically like gathering every Marine in a StarCraft 2 map and hitting at A and then clicking here, and then wandering away to make yourself a sandwich. That's kind of what Garrosh was intending to do that. You're right, I have been so on. I even found it again and then lost the link again earlier. Do I still have that link up? I have so many tabs up right now to help remind me of stuff. Nope, looks like I've lost the tab again. Unless this is it. Nope, yeah, it's gone. Anywho, but yeah, there was no anything. And so, in a vision that Sylvanas saw, the Forsaken were just slaughtered en masse. And Garrosh didn't care, because he's A, a moron, and B, a huge bigot. Now, I know, Zuan, you'd be like, oh, death to the Forsaken. But seriously, the only reason Garrosh was doing that was because they weren't orcs. And therefore, their lives do not matter. Anywho.
The shadows beckon.
That would be terrible, Bragwin. Have you noticed the Dark Horde blood yet? Have you collected the Darkhound blood yet? Time is fleeting. You've done well. I thank you for your efforts. I am to understand that no one of those foolish mountaineers has been captured. The Death Guard is stored here in this building, and they've assigned one of their own to persuade him not to escape. Why don't you go see how it was how our captured mountaineer enjoys his special drink I made for him? Okay, sure. I don't mind giving a captured guy a drink. Especially a dwarf. Any dwarf should, you know, have a drink before their deathbed. I'm just saying. Just like that poor bastard in the Southern Barons. Here you go, my dwarven comrade. Well, if I had my trusted rifle, you'd be as good as dead. Just wait until the Steam Tank Brigade arrives to rescue me. Oh, a drink at last. Ugh, what manner of ale is this? Well, I'm sure it's no Rhapsody malt, but I'll take anything to wet me old whistle at this point. Thank you. Here, I raise my brew and hope to be rid of the likes of you. Cheers, you no-good scoundrel! Oh. Well, he's dead.
What does the shadow will?
The good news is he's not getting back up.
As you've probably already realized, the Royal Apothecary Society is a widespread organization. We take our plague alchemy, very seriously. It is our belief the more agents we have, the sooner we realize our objective of wiping out all life in the All of Azeroth.
So, as much as I defend Sylvanas and the Forsaken after Kata, you know what I don't defend? The fact that they still use the Royal Apothecary Society, despite everything. Now, let's be honest, a fairly large part of that organization is gone, wiped out and destroyed. So why is any of the survivors allowed to continue to exist? Except I already know the answer to that question. It's because Sylvanas wants to keep using the Forsaken Blight.
What would you ask of death? Trust no one.
Right. I got a memo from one of the Scarlets we killed. An urgent message to all Scarlet officers and enlistees. The Scourge agent known as Lilian. I'm sorry, I gotta pause for a moment because I love this. The Scarlet Crusade literally refuses to believe any undead is anything other than Scourge. Anything other than Scourge. So the only possibility for any undead anywhere ever, from the Scarlet's perspective, is that they are a member of the Scourge. Yes, I did so one. So a Scourge agent known as Lilian Voss. Oh my god. I can't even put into words how stupid that statement is. Has escaped from her captivity at the Scarlet Palisade. She is to be considered highly dangerous and should be killed on sight. She has already killed 15 of our men. None were left wounded. Do not try to apprehend her. Doing so will likely result in death. She is an enemy to the Crusade and must be crushed immediately. The Crusader, this is horrible. The Crusader who returns her head to the High Priest will be rewarded to 1,000 gold. They're a little loose about the economy of this setting, but I can tell you one flat truth. 1,000 gold is a huge amount of money. A huge amount of money, especially for a non-player character. 1,000 gold to turn her in. That is how desperate they are to remove this embarrassment. And, of course, they're desperate because she is really, really powerful. She is an excellent example of a warrior type. Someone who is great in a one-on-one battle.
Speak quickly.
We shall herd the Scarlet Crusade like cattle to their demise. Sounds like we'll have to keep our eyes out for this Voss character. I don't expect any Forsaken to receive a reward if we capture her. I'm just worried she'll turn on us.
Farewell.
Yes, that makes sense. Since the Worgen have come streaming out of Gilneas, I knew it would only be a matter of time before they arrived here in Tirisfal. These Worgen must be dealt with, and quickly. Our first priority is to eliminate any which have infiltrated Brill. I want you to be on the lookout for any suspicious activity. We know the Worgen can hide in the shadows, so look for any signs you can find. Footsteps, kick the rocks, anything!
Beware the living.
Alright, let's see if I can find me some Worgen. Wait. Aha! Yeah, by the way, for those of you not aware, the bounty that was put out for 1,000 freaking gold on Lilian was put out by her own father. That also says something about how well... well, there's two possibilities here, I should be honest. Either the Crusade is way better funded than they have any right to be, or that was actually a lie, and they were not actually intending to pay it. Come on. Shoot. There he is. Damn it, I had him for a second. Actually, Bragwin, that very much seems in keeping with the Scarlet's policies, so that wouldn't surprise me at all. God, I hate the Scarlet Crusade. I've said it before and I've said it again. They are some of the most sadistically, unforgivably evil bastards in the whole setting. And that is really saying something, given how many evil characters there are in this setting. Alright, now that we've murdered some Worgen.
What now?
Well, there's two answers to that question, Norlix. First of all, there's not really a lot of benefit in raising children as undead, so they don't. Second answer, this is a game in which it's happening that we're playing here in real life, and we don't really want to see horribly undead children, any more than you want to be able to murder children in the middle of Stormwind City, for example. To think they've been right under our noses. I'll put my death guard on alert. This will not happen again.
Watch your back.
Yeah, sure it won't. Let's actually do this quest. You are hereby accused of killing Lilian Voss. Yes, exactly. You're hereby sentenced to death. No, why? Just picture that. Oh, that makes me amused.
Embrace the shadow.
I guess that's true, Bragwin. The Foundation thing. Little Timmy doesn't count. He's a ghoul now, so he's not actually a child anymore. Hopefully. But yeah, meta reasons. Which I agree with, by the way. To make my stance on that clear. So, Warlock quests don't exist anymore. Not like they used to. It used to be you had a quest for every new minion you got. And people immediately got rid of this imp because the imp was worthless. Nowadays, the imp is actually much more useful for, I can't even show you, for destruction spec. In fact, it's pretty much the primary, pet for the destruction spec. Voidwalker is the other caster, or other option we have right now. He's the tank. I don't think any spec uses him primarily. It's just they use him if they need an extra tank. And then, of course, there's Aflock, which can use several different pets depending. And, of course, Demo, which uses the Felguard. Or, in the future, they just use an Infernal or whatever. See, some people seem to think that evil has to do with scale. So, for example, I'm not making fun of everyone, but for some people, for example, if this guy over here slowly tortures someone to death, and this guy over here drops a bomb that instantly kills 10 people, this guy is more evil because quantity. If it makes sense? So some people think Garrosh is the most evil bastard in the setting because of Theramore, basically. And, you know, the other things he did along those lines. I don't actually agree with that. I tend to think the quality of the evil infers the severity rather than the quantity of it. That's just my perspective. So, from my perspective, no, the Scarlet Crusade are the most evil bastards in this setting. Way, way more evil than anyone else. That is, of course, just my opinion, however. Because they are betrayers and disgusting, and they do it under a veil of, we're here to help you, and I hate that garbage. I mean, just...
Hello.
I can ask a question. Who's the little guy? Oh, God.
Pleased to meet you.
It's a gnome.
He's my assistant. Sure, he's not plagued in the same manner that we have, but he's clearly plagued nonetheless. He's bent the knee to Sylvanas, so as much as one of us is you or I. Just between you and me, to be perfectly honest, I think the Dark Lady thought he was already bending his knee when he entered her chamber.
Our time.
Exactly, Fab Alex. I'm glad you get that.
I am forsaken.
In terms, I can deny that, Zawon. Like, how many... the Forsaken do some insidious things, absolutely. But I will never forget the village of humans, of regular people, that were locked in their own homes and then burned alive by the Crusade because, you know, they thought there was probably someone there who might be working with the Scourge. Women and children, by the way, not a military outpost, just a farming village, who were all killed in really horrible ways by Scarlet Crusaders who thought they were doing the right thing, who were there to help. That, I mean, there's many examples of what the Scarlet Crusade do, but every single one of those examples just screams to me. South Shore, you know what they did to South Shore? They bombed South Shore, and it's horrible what they did to South Shore. But what the Scarlet Crusade did was, in my opinion, way more evil because of the severe personal volatile nature of the betrayal of it. The fact that they would just take and use and abuse people who thought they were protecting them. Whereas the Forsaken were our enemies, were the enemies of South Shore, and approached them as enemies, and bombed them as enemies. Way, way less evil. Still evil. Less evil. Again, I am not a quantity kind of a guy. Just no. And even the Forsaken were like, what the hell is, what the hell are some of the people doing here? I mean, remember, the people who were buried in the fields to be grown, the Forsaken weren't doing that. A crazed Forsaken was doing that. And we actually stop him on behalf of the other Forsaken. Yeah, thank you, Kay. That's kind of what I'm talking about. The Scarlet Crusade, yeah, the Scarlet Crusade were doing the same goddamn crap that Sanctuary was doing in Mass Effect 3. And I hate that crap. And it bothers me. So while I will never condone what the Forsaken have done to their new recruits, which is just messed up and insidious, or what they did to South Shore, which is stupid, in addition to just wrong, I cannot even put them on the same scale as what the Crusade did, and does. In fact, point in case, there's an entire plot chain that goes through 3 zones in an instance about how Lilian Voss's life was destroyed by the Scarlet Crusade. So, Siege of Orgrimmar was also messed up levels of dark. Just messed up levels of dark. Absolutely no forgiveness for any of the garbage that was happening behind my city. I helped build that city in Warcraft 3. I helped found that place. I helped defend it in WoW, and they butchered it. I was personally pissed off at what Garrosh did to my city in Siege of Orgrimmar. Ahem. Holland, he's an amateur. You don't need a fancy 2-story apothecarium to make a plague. You need love. And some good assistance. Let me show you how plague is really made.
Trust no one. What is it?
My envoy just delivered me a bushel of gloomweed. Gloomweed? I don't need gloomweed. I need doomweed! You can see the predicament I'm in. I'll make it worth your while to gather what I need. Bring back enough to a doomweed and I'll give you suitable reward. It is my understanding they like to plague blah blah blah.
Goodbye.
Can I help you?
I would have never let Garrosh live. I wouldn't have tortured him or tried to do anything like that. It's not in my nature. But I would have killed him like that. Without hesitation. The moment he was down, death. Just death. No possibility of anything. And then do something to destroy his soul so he can't come back. The mass grave. The mass graves within the forest to the west of here were made to accommodate the impressive number of deaths Tirisfal suffered when the plague first came. The bodies in these graves have so far been spared in undeath, but the Scourge have sent rothhide gnolls to gather their corpses and use them to bolster their armies. This cannot be allowed. Your task is twofold. Slay the rothides and gather from them the embalming ichor that gives them life.
Alrighty then.
I don't know, Psychotic. That close of proximity to the heart should have left him a literal gibbering mess of bluff. And no, Ferrari, like I said earlier, it's not okay what the Forsaken do. It is insidious. I keep using that word because it fits so well what the Forsaken do with their recruitment program. But it's still not as bad as what the Crusade do, in my opinion. I keep adding that phrase because people... evil is a point of view. I hate to quote Star Wars, but it's true. Some people think different things are less or more evil than others. So in my opinion, the sort of personal garbage the Crusade does is more evil. It is still evil. Absolutely. I like that idea, Taquetta. Just throw Garrosh's soul into the soul grinders. They're still there. They're still functional. Bolvar, I have a favor to ask of you.
What is it you wish?
Yeah. I just want you to take this one soul and make sure nothing ever comes of it ever. Just grind it down to pulp, the sluice of souls that you make, and then distribute it across everything and get rid of it in the most permanent way you can. There's a reason why in the short story I was writing about Zalash and why she ended up leaving Azeroth forever, the first thing she did after killing Garrosh, because she killed Garrosh, was rested Shadowmourne on his chest for a second and let his soul get sucked into it and consumed by it, so that he would never get back up. Ever. Soul slushy. What? This. But yeah, I do not want Death Knight Garrosh. That's too good for him. What, Kay? He needed to... Yeah. I actually don't think Garrosh has bad voice actor, personally. Especially in Pandaria, I think he does a good job of the role, the guy that got to do it. Garrosh Fellscream, champion of Sargeras. Let's not even go there, okay? Please. Let's just leave that be. Pie Brigman, again. Remember the hips. Well, the Forge of Souls definitely has bad voice acting. You dare look upon the host of souls. I'm gonna stop because I don't want to hurt anybody's ears. That was hurting my ears saying that. God. When your own voice acting hurts your own ears, you got a problem. I mean, holy crap. Yeah, no kidding, Gnarlex. He did a great job of portraying the lost child that he really is. Not that I have any more sympathy for him, but the voice actor gets huge props for that. The Burning Legion's like, why are we recruiting this moron? Oh, because he's the... I don't know. Can we get someone smarter? Like... any Knoll? I have not finished Pillars of Eternity, no. You know, that's a good question, Bjorn. Would you believe I don't have an answer for you? Seriously. Based on what I understand, it seemed like a logical consequence. In other words... Well, okay. So, I know why the Forsaken got in contact with the Horde. I'm not sure exactly how it happened. It's like this. The Forsaken actually originally contacted the forces of the Alliance. You know, the remnants of the Alliance. And were like, hey, so, Alliance? And the Alliance said, ew, you're undead. Go away. Ew, ew. I'm exaggerating slightly. But they really did just kill off and send the Forsaken running. And the Forsaken were like, wow, okay. So, literally, left with no other options, the Forsaken, who I remind you are primarily human, swallowed their pride and sent people across the sea to contact the remnants of the Horde. And, yeah, the rest is history. Like I said, I know why they did it, I just don't know how. Because the Alliance told them to go screw themselves. I agree, the Forsaken definitely did the Alliance a favor.
My, you're a tall one.
Is your task complete? Have you destroyed those dog things and drained them of their... No, Psychotic. Drained them of their ichor? Expertly done. The Scourge are mistaken if they think they can use those corpses against us. Maggot-Eye is a foul beast, even by Gnoll standards. He leads a band of renegade Gnolls through the land, tearing up glades and stealing whatever corpses they can find along the way. Those are our corpses. We had plans for those. Maggot-Eye resides just up the path from us. Show him no mercy. Mercy is for the weak.
Off and away.
Off and away. Working for Gerard isn't all that bad. He might lose his temper now and again, but he pays well. He even gives me a boost when I can't reach something in the cart.
You have a great day now.
No, Psychotic.
This had better be good.
They brought me Gloomweed. Gloomweed! Ah, excellent. Yes, yes. These will come in quite handy. You've done me, the lady, a fine service today, Despire. As promised, here is the reward you deserve. While you were off collecting the samples for me, my experiment led me to realize more reagents will be required for this disease to be spread properly. Poisoning some hapless victim is child's play. Plaguing an entire world is more complicated.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Need assistance?
It seems that Gerard has you hunting the Murlocs to the north. That's good. We can use their parts for our poisons. I get a little worried sometimes, though. The Vilepin spawning grounds are not far from Tirisfal's northern coast. You'll probably notice several tadpoles amongst them. If the impressionable young Murlocs were to seek revenge against us, that would ruin us. Go, chase them. Show them that the Forsaken and the Horde are not to be trifled with. Yay!
Be seeing you.
Hi, Marley. What's up? Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. The Alliance does have a habit of doing that, don't they? It's so ironic, given their title is the Alliance. I mean, you'd think that an organization that dubs itself the Alliance would be interested in alliances, but I mean, what the hell do I know? I think the only famous human that became undead is Nathanios himself. No, that is a leper gnome, actually. I can't actually deny that. Zawan. There we go. And now he's dead underground. I have no idea, Bjorn. It would have kept going with the trend that was happening. Yes, I have, Kay. With the trend that was going through vanilla of the Alliance kind of being the bad guys. Hello, Toby Trigger. Wah! I was gonna say, there are quite a few undead famous people in, you know, that we've encountered. It's just most of them were Scourge. By the way, just out of curiosity, how many people say Shalamance and how many people say Schoolomancy? Just curious. I say Shalamance, obviously. I've said it many times before. Not quite, Toby. Not quite. Hello, Della Savage. Will I be doing a Suikoden lore run? Not sure. I've gone out of my way to not think about future lore runs, because this one's kind of all-consuming. And there's also, you know, I'm having kind of an upheaval in my living situation in the future, so that's kind of a thing as well. No, god dang it. No, whatever. But I'm not opposed to the idea since it's Suikoden. And thank you for the kind words. I don't consider myself particularly awesome, but, you know, it's nice to know that there are still people out there that enjoy my stuff. Unlike you, the one. Why are they not? Stay feared. I hate this quest. I hate fearing innocent little murlocs. Because they're innocent and they're cute. I mean, seriously. I'm telling you guys, Murloc playable. Let's make it happen. I know what you're saying. Should they join the Horde or the Alliance? Nope. That's my answer to that question. Nope. No. Eru. I'm pretty sure at this point Sylvanas believes... I don't believe that there's any... I don't actually know if this is true, but Sylvanas doesn't believe there's any possibility for her to not go to the dark if she dies. So her goal right now is eternal life. And, again, as I mentioned earlier, that's pretty much her sole driving goal in life. So... she's willing to do basically anything to ensure that she lives forever. Which is really funny. As we'll discuss over the next, like 5 zones, give or take. So she reaches a situation where she's terrified of dying, right? As I mentioned earlier, thanks to her suicide. She knows what's waiting for her, and she's absolutely horrified by it. And then she loses 3 of her Valkyr. And then she loses another of her Valkyr. And I think there's another place where she loses another Valkyr. So there are several... So she is even more desperate and afraid than she has ever been. In fact, I would put money down that the only reason she cares at all about charging into the Broken Shores personally is to get a hold of the Valkyr there and try to convince them to join her so she can extend her life packs, basically. I might be okay with that, so on. I'd have to think about that. Arthas as the new leader of the Forsaken. You know, like, you wanted a purge. I tell you, that man would not hold back on purging the dreck of the Forsaken. Think about that.
Hi, how are you?
Anyways, yes? Excellent work. Now, if only I can convince JR to let us move this operation into that shack.
Off and away.
Whatever.
You have a great day.
Not even
now.
reading that one.
What now?
No, the most controversial character in this game is Thrall and always has been. I have to admit I'm very curious about that. But she is definitely the most popular character right now. Yeah, pretty much, Dakota.
Where are you able to take the scales from those murlocs? Yes, perfect. Exactly what I need.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
The Agamand hills to the west have been lost to the Scourge. The Agamand family's been slayed, and the entire residence claimed by the Scourge. This is probably their largest outpost in Tirisfal. If you think you're enough of a warlock, head up there and speak with Coleman Farthing. He's doing his best to take his land back, and he'll need help.
Remember, patience, discipline.
I don't know. Blizzard has shown on occasion that they are more than willing to kill off their characters. So, because we'll be leveling probably to about the 30 to 40 range, we get to decide which spec we play as Warlock. Unlike Hunter, I have no bias here. All three of these specs are enjoyable for me, so it's completely up to you guys. Oh, new. Which spec should our Warlock be? Affliction, Afflock, Demo, Knology, or Destruction. We'll leave that up for a little bit. Yeah, they have been building Sylvanas up to be the next villain since Kata, basically. Let's see, what do we start with? So we start off with Unstable Affliction if we go Afflock. We get Metamorphosis right off the bat if we go Demo. And we get Awesome if we... I'm sorry, I'm no bias. We get Conflag and Chaos Bolt if we go Destro. I thought that, like, replaced Corruption. Maybe I'm thinking... Luca Blight is the sublime face of evil. Have a good day at work, Della Savage. Also, Luca Blight is definitely an interesting character and always has been. What's this? Oh, right.
Speak quickly.
Get back! Oh, you're not Scourge, are you? Thank the Banshee Queen you're here. I've greatly underestimated how bad it's gotten here, though.
Beware the living.
The strongest point in the mills is the Agamand family crypt. With necromancy, Captain Dargle has raised the ancestors of the Agamands, and plans to use them against us. This cannot pass, and you must stop it.
Okay.
Victory for Sylvanas.
I can do this thing. What do you mean, Dakota? I don't understand that question. I mean, this is literally Chaos Bolt. It's like pure fell damage, basically. Do I watch anime? Oh my god. We always get that question, do we? But you're asking me for my recommendations, so that's a little bit different. I will recommend 2 animes on completely opposite ends of the spectrum, because they're the only 2 animes I actually enjoy that much. Azumanga Daioh, which is a lighthearted, silly, everyday kind of an anime, and Magica Magica, blah 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 blah. I forget the rest of the title, which is not, which is the total opposite of that. No, you're still doing fell. You're still channeling fell energies to burn, even though you are doing fire damage. If that makes sense, Dakota. Why is it snowing in Iowa? What the hell, Rory? I'm so confused. I can't say anything. The weather here has been... Hey, Andrew. Yeah, we've had a couple new viewers today. Poor Hylisk. Yeah, for those of you who are relatively new to me, I've obviously been streaming for years now. And... Well... long story short, I get the, oh, Arsh, I want to talk to you about this particular anime, question regularly. Often once per session, once per day of streaming. It's a very regular aspect of my show. Understandably so. Oh, welcome back. I'm going to try to pronounce this. Kirajirito? Wait, guys. Best anime ever? Animaniacs. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Hello.
The anime scared them away, as it went.
Your actions have struck a telling blow against the Scourge, and your victory will not go unnoticed. Not by the Forsaken, not by our enemies. Continue the struggle as we all do, Despire. One day the Forsaken will have the domination over Azeroth that they are owed!
Trust no one.
Well, what do we have here?
Is that Dargle? He was vicious even in life, with a temper that bit deep and a blade that went deeper. Undeath has not done him any favors, although it suits his personality. Yes, this was certainly Dargle. I can sense his malice even from his remains. You have my thanks, Despire.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
The Scourge are trying to form a base here. If they do, they can stage even further attacks within Tirisfal. The orders have been given. The Scourge must be destroyed.
Beware the living.
The Agamand family was the most prosperous family in all the Glades. I used to work their mills before the plague. When the Scourge first came, the Agamand fortified their home and convinced those in their employ to remain and help them defend. We were fools, but at least we were loyal fools. The Agamands in their pride doomed us to undeath, and now they are minions of the Scourge. Serve the Forsaken by defeating the Agamans who fell to the plague, and bring me their remains!
Remember, patience, discipline.
Hello, WKC. What is up? Or wait, I don't have to talk in the voice owner. Hi, what's up? Magellan. So that would be Kirigirito? I don't know what to say about Kalia. The fact that she's joining the priests is interesting. Understandable. I'm curious if they're going to do anything with her story-wise, since they basically never have. She's always functioned as a part of either Arthas' story, Jaina's story, or Deathwing's story. Although... So, she actually has a line in Legion, Kalia does, about how she insists you don't call her Kalia Menethil, because Lorerun is dead and gone and is never coming back. It's paraphrasing, but that's roughly what she's saying. Oh, by the way, how's the poll going? I have no viewers today. Go vote! Vote! I know I have more people who vote than that, because my average poll thing is closer to like 70. So, the fact that she says that makes me think there's no real political purpose to her going ahead and siding with Anduin. Hang on. Let me pull up the link. I'll adjust the command. Give me just a moment. This is going to take me a moment, because I got to go manually change the Earl in Nightbot. Ow! Ow. I can explain the specs really simply. The Warlock specs are actually, in my opinion, some of the better diverse specs in the game. And I can't wait to lose Metamorphosis, can't you? Is it one? Because that's freaking terrible. No, you can't vote in chat, guys. You can't vote in chat. You literally can't. It's not a thing anymore. They don't support that. According to Game of Thrones. Yeah. And so how many citizens of Lordaeron exist anymore that aren't Forsaken? Although that is an interesting point. What if she tried to claim... What if she started becoming the new... started working her way to become the new leader of the Forsaken instead? Hang on, Zawan. That's actually the... Don't go there! No, don't... God... Nobody go to the poll that Zawan just linked. Because I haven't updated it yet. This is such a hassle. I don't know why they switched away from in-chat voting. It's not killing, it's undeading. She's still there, she's still functional. She's just a different form of life, that's all. Come on, Nightbot. There we go. Okay, so that is the new poll. Go to that one that was just linked in chat if you want to vote. Yeah, I have to I have to manually update it every time. It's ridiculous. I really wish they just let us vote in chat like they used to. Hey, ding! Yay! Level 11 now. Let's get a picture this way. Get the creepy smile. There we go. Gotta have the creepy smile. I have to admit, the idea of Kalia taking control of the Forsaken and leading towards a good organization kind of amuses me. I still would prefer that to be Kel'Thuzad or Arthas. But thank you, WKC. Sorry about the confusion. It's... yeah. I don't know why they changed it, Marley. For those of you not aware, it used to be you could just vote in chat. You just type in a quick message into the chat window and bam, your vote was in. Now you have to actually click a link, which goes to Straw Poll, and click that. And it's actually kind of irritating because I have to go manually update the new URL for the new poll anytime I add a new poll. And yeah. Hey, Omni. First of all, hi. Second of all, Vurt. Exactly. Keep those filthy worgen out of our kingdom. I don't remember. I just it's just part of my regular bills now, Zoan. Why not kill Lorthamar? We don't even need to kill Lorthamar. He's okay with interacting with him. I don't have anywhere near the personal programming expertise to do that, Lilu. And I only know one person who does, and he's super busy. So, and I have no idea how to go about hiring a programmer in this day and age. Well, actually, Hylisk, I don't know how to answer that question, Bitmonk. I mean, he's an intelligent, charismatic, caring individual who basically suffered eternal damnation for the sake of his people. And he was probably one of the most skilled paladins ever to live. I don't know. But anyways, Hylisk, so yeah, there's basically two Kalias, roughly. There's the actual Kalia, who's a fairly intelligent, well-reasoned person, who hated the idea of being bound to Lord Prestor. And then there's the Kalia who was under the mental domination of Deathwing, who is the ditzy person. So. Oh god, that would be insane, Rory. That would be a huge project to do. Also, Nobel has probably already done that. Because that's his shtick. It's Vrykul only, to our knowledge, Draculus. Why can't you? Sturgis Teller. Yes, I have seen the No Warcraft trailer, sorry. I have seen it. There's not too much to talk about it, other than the fact that I'm not sure I like what the dwarves look like. The rest of it I'm okay with. Nobel the Noble, aka the guy when it comes to Warcraft lore. I would say the 3DS version is better in every way, Omni. Because it is. Same content, except better in every way. If you want to pick it up, go for it. I mean, I have that copy. But I only had that copy because well, honestly, I only got that copy because I didn't have... the 3DS version wasn't out yet. So, take that as you will.
I am forsaken.
Our battles with the Scourge wage on. Do your part and throw those cursed mindless undead back to the Plague Lands.
Our time.
Now, servants off! Or wait. Revenge has a sweet taste, don't you think? When you destroyed the Agamonds, did you catch any hint of free will? I hope so. I hope they knew fear before they were smashed into oblivion. It is a foolish hope, I know, but it is a hope I foster nonetheless.
Goodbye.
I have destroyed the remains you've given me, except for these.
See you around, Marley.
Devlin Agamand was weak and sharp-tongued in life. He was among the first to succumb to the plague. He existed as a slave of the Scourge for a long time. Longer than most. As such, he may possess knowledge that will be of value to us. Bring his remains to the magistrate.
Beware the living.
Very well. Then I will do this thing. For the Forsaken.
Well, if you don't have a 3DS, then yeah, I'd say go for it. I'd say it's worth it at that point. Really, Kay? I don't know why you would think that. He's only named Deathwing, the Destroyer. I think Garrosh deserves that fate. I'm not sure I can think of any other character who deserves that fate. In my opinion, obviously. You can't hear me, and you can't... Okay. Omni, get it. Yes, get it. Yes, get it. There, I'll repeat it a few times. Maybe that way you'll hear me. Sargeras... I don't think I'd condemn Sargeras to that either. I definitely would not condemn Kael'thas to that. He was so screwed by everything. That poor man. What's the poll at? That's a lot more votes. Looks like Demo is winning right now. That's not a big surprise. I'll give it a little bit longer, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up.
I'm listening.
The fetter of the Scourge hangs about you. What is it you seek? Devlin Agamand. Is that him you carry in that sack? Yes, I know what Coleman wants to try, and I want to try it too. I hope you're prepared. While the frozen throne lies dormant, the grasp the Lich King once held over the Scourge grows ever weaker. His grip on a weakling like Devlin Agamand should be weak enough that we can remove it entirely. Speak with the Shadow Priestess Malia on the manor on the east side of town. She will assist you in the procedure.
Remember, patience, discipline.
I'm not 100% sure Maiev deserves it either, especially since I'm pretty sure she was driven to those extremes by her interaction with the Shadow Orb. Gul'dan deserves it. I don't even have to think about that. God dang it, other players. While we wait. Ashara? I could at least accept Ashara doing that.
This had better be good.
Oh, that's the go-to for Silverpine.
Beware. Our enemy is abound.
I like how they made a statue of her cape. That's got to be hard, making a thin layer of stone like that. I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about stone crafting. But, yeah. Magatha deserves it. Magatha deserves it. I don't even have to think about that one. We've got it, guys. We'll shove Magatha into the dark, and we'll get Arthas out of it. I'm with it. I've liked this idea. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
What would you ask of death? Our time will come.
Oh, excuse me. Magatha, because that's apparently how it's supposed to be pronounced. Magatha. Moira doesn't deserve that, so come on, dude. I'm gonna laugh if Moira really does become a force of good in the future. Gosh darn it, frickin' alright, so what else can I do while I wait for another player? Yeah, Magatha is definitely the most deserving. I mean, Maiev, you're right, Maiev was kind of woohoo before she got the orb. And, you know what, I like that idea, just Bender. Bender continues to be great. But yeah, seriously, let's just grab her, toss her in there. She is probably one of the most unrepentantly screwed up evil characters in the whole setting.
You are.
Magatha, that's just ridiculous. Tyr's hand! So Tyr got his hand chopped off by Galakrond and he replaced it with a silver hand. Get it? Silver hand? No, Hylisk, no! I cannot condone that. If he died permanently, if his soul was destroyed, okay, I'm okay with that. If his soul went on to the light and he could never come back, I'm okay with that. I am not okay with him suffering forever in the worst state imaginable. That is too much for virtually any character other than Magatha. And I'm going to say it that way as a form of spite. I'm going to say her name correctly just to spit every time. Magatha! Blah, every time I say that word. But yes, she was the Tauren woman who is evil and poisoned Cairn. She killed Cairn! Let's just make it clear. She killed Cairn. Garrosh didn't kill Cairn. She did.
I'm listening.
Hey, yes. Okay.
I am forsaken.
Alright, yes. Hey, alright, let's
Beware
go.
the living.
I suppose I should read that. The Batmaster in Brill is Bat Handler Annette. If you've already met her, you can take the bat to fly back to her. Our bats will always fly to the Undercity, but to travel to more remote locations, you must go there first and speak with them. Because it's like a travel system. Get it? But yeah, I kind of wanted to show off the launch tubes here. Whee! This is probably the only time you really see me go through these two, so I wanted to show them off at least once. This is also how the Alliance used to invade this place. Speaking from personal experience. This is also how the Alliance invaded this place during the Battle for the Undercity. I suppose we don't, Noralex? I feel like at least one developer confirmed it, but I could be wrong about that. I'm not sure what else it would be. I don't know. I have to admit, it's really screwed up. Since Arthas, the real Arthas, didn't actually, like, deserve that, I don't think. That's, of course, my judgment, not the Light's.
What is it?
Manhunt! Here we go. Here's the Lorerun on Manhunt. There you go. Hope it was worth it. Hey, I can finally do the quest. Hey, what's up?
I am forsaken.
Yes, let's go. Let's begin the
Our time
procedure.
will come.
I love what you've done with your hair. I'm just going to go upstairs and wait for you. Now it is time for us to begin. Devlin Agamand, listen to my voice.
Your mortal remains have been gathered here in this place where you spent your childhood. Resist the Lich King's will. Come to us.
Hey, look. What's going on here? Wait, am I home? You people, what are you people doing here? Why are you in my house? Father Thurman, where are you? Come help me. No, I remember. My family's dead. So am I. And my soul belongs to the Scourge! Death to the living!
Yes, Dark Lady watch over you.
Well then. Hey, Permeus. Yes, I've seen it, unfortunately, Draculus. And I know what you're about to ask me about, and I don't know. Well, that sucks, Nothrism. I do think there is too little voice acting in this game. I like voice acting that is good in a game. I have to add that qualifier. And in general, Blizzard voice acting tends to be good, so I just kind of would like more of it. I especially like how much it's been increased in Pandaria and Warlords.
What is it?
How unfortunate. Perhaps Scourge dominion over his mind is too strong. Or maybe our methods are not strong enough. Or maybe he was too simple-minded to comprehend what we were asking of him. You've done much for us here, but women of your caliber are needed elsewhere. To the east lies the Bulwark, a fortified barricade against the ravages of the Plague Lands. The Bulwark protects us from Scourge invasions. Not that we actually have any threat of that anymore,
Dark Lady,
since we're actually expanding into the West Plagues, and we're actually kind of, you know, reclaiming the West Plagues, as in not undead reclaiming. In case you think I'm joking, there's whole areas here which are actually have green and life in them instead of death and horribleness. Magni is the new Forsaken leader? Guys, I'm telling you, Kel'Thuzad. Let's just do it. Boom. Let's make it a thing. Kel'Thuzad, leader of the Forsaken. Do you realize I would like re-roll all my characters as Forsaken, including my alliance, and pledge loyalty to Kel'Thuzad? I wouldn't actually do that, but I would be happy. I'll speak without rhetoric. I would be enjoyed. Oh yeah, so let's cut off the poll. Poll results. Well then, demonology and destruction are tied. Interesting. Have to admit, didn't predict that. Nah, you already voted. Or at least you might have already voted. I can't trust anyone in chat to say they haven't voted already. I wonder if PAX is on. Or third. I'll ask third.
I haven't got all day.
Magistrate Severin wants a report? Very well. The defenders at the Bulwark are holding the majority at bay, but some slip through on occasion. We have seen sporadic Scourge activity east of this station.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Okay. Whip. Hello.
What is it?
It is so cold now. The plague of undeath crawls through my veins like an icy serpent. The mindless state will be upon me soon, but no doomed destiny will prevent me from serving our Dark Lady. When the call arose, I sewed body bags for the fallen soldiers of Sylvanas' mighty army. Now my hands shake from the chill. If you could bring me duskbat pelts, I could sew myself a blanket. Help me, so that I can continue to serve the cause.
Embrace the shadow.
Lol, Jenkies. Well, it looks like third is not online. Ah, crap! I'm not a hunter. Wrong button. Wrong button. No, Permeus. None of the Lorerun characters are based off of existing Imperium characters. Obviously, since they won't actually fit with anything. Since all this stuff has already been done by other characters.
Please find me some new elbows.
Well, I heard there's this guy named Marcus Redpath who was trying to find a Forsaken with Elbows faction. He might be able to help you out there. Ding. Yes, you can, Delisavage. In fact, our hunter is using one. Yeah, creepy smile. Hey, Darkrai. You're gonna have to remind me, Zawan, because I don't remember anything of them specifically blighting it. Like, I know they were trying to take Anderhall. And that's like the Horde quest there, and everything else there was neutral quests. Like, I distinctly recall going through the West Plagues as a Horde, helping the Druids. Now, I am totally against them blighting the Plague Lands. I mean, I shouldn't even have to explain that. But I don't recall them blighting anything specifically. South Shore, yeah, definitely. But not the West Plagues. And they don't have a reach in the East Plagues yet.
I'm listening.
I appreciate your efforts. May Sylvanas recognize your bravery one day.
Trust no
Don't worry,
one.
she won't.
What is it?
You should return to the Magistrate with the information I gave you.
Okay.
Watch your back.
I have no idea, War Rager. My knowledge of actors has diminished in recent years because basically a whole new generation of actors has taken over, even in place of the actors I mentally think of as new actors. So, I have no idea. I don't know, I'd have to think about that one for a while. I can think of older actors that could play him, but that really wouldn't work. We would need a very talented young actor to play him. That really does make no sense. There is pretty much zero reason for them to be blighting West Plagues. I'm not denying it, it's really stupid of them. Then again, what they did in South Shore was also really stupid.
This had better be good.
Oh, it's troubling to hear of Scourge slipping past the bulwark. But we will not give in! The Lich King is dead. We will not be taken again.
Victory for Sylvanas.
So you just tried to capture a guy from the Lich King, and then you said he's... Make up your mind, which is it?
And you
you are. Dark Lady, watch over you.
You know what would be amazing? A Warcraft movie that's good. I'm not quite being facetious. That would be pretty amazing. I think I could see it. I'll look when I actually go there. Because, yeah, that's just really stupid of the Forsaken. But, again, the Forsaken have been doing some really stupid things. So, Oh, right. So, all results. Damn it, it's retied. It's retied. Oh my gosh. We will continue to not have a spec. I wasn't really trying to be mean about it, Del Savage. The point is that I want it to be good. I really do. But the odds are not in their favor. We will be speckless forever. Forever! Death to the specs. And to the living. So anyone out there really enjoy Affliction in early Pandaria, and then they nerfed the unholy hell out of it, which kind of made it less enjoyable? Now, let me explain what I mean a little bit. They really did nerf it. It was doing a lot of damage. But the thing I liked about it was a very complicated, very complex rotation that felt worth it because if you pulled it off correctly, it was doing really, it was doing a lot of damage. So it felt rewarding to do, you know, this ridiculous complex rotation to do it. Okay, yeah, I see him now. God, what are they thinking? And then they nerfed the damage, so you're doing this ridiculously complicated rotation. It wasn't that complicated, but, you know, you're doing a complex rotation for no real reason. You could be doing the same thing by casting Incinerate and Chaos Bolt. And that reduced the enjoyment of the spec for me a bit. Of course, that was also before they nerfed Killjaden's Cunning, which used to be awesome and then was not, basically. I know what you're thinking. What the heck is Killjaden's Cunning? It used to be able to let you to cast while moving. Basically, it would give you a debuff which would slow you down. But you could cast while moving. So, yeah. No, because, what's his name? Kultira is there. And Kultira, is actually a pretty decent guy. I think even you would agree with that.
What now?
Not much of a warlock, are you? Well, you will be when I'm done with you. Through the strength of the Scarlet Crusade wanes, we are still at war. The report you sent me indicates the Scarlet Crusaders have been raiding from the ruined tower in southeastern Tirisfal, near the Balnir farmstead. Kill the zealots and the friars.
Our time will come. Hello.
Have you seen the plagued Bruins that wander west of here? Oh, those hides. So hideous, so diseased, so perfect. Fetch me 5 of them. I've got an idea for an anti-Scourge poison that's guaranteed to succeed.
Why are we still getting quests from apothecaries? Have we not learned our lesson?
This had better be good.
Seriously. That is, why? Someone vote for destruction. Trying to think. I don't think there's anyone in West Plagues other than Kultira that I think deserves to be saved, but I'd like to at least reserve that until we go through there ourselves. If I'm not mistaken, the Forsaken do win in Anderhall overall. It's kind of hard to say since both quests kind of tie in with each other. And then Kultira, well, let's just say I'm really hoping Kultira comes back in Legion, because that plot thread has been dangling since Kata. And people have been asking about it since Kata, including me. The main character is always a moron, yes. I also do like the pragmatism of the Anderhall quests. The idea that, yes, she does lose a Valkyrie in the process. You know what? I'll save it for when we get there. I'll save it for when we get there. We'll have stuff to talk about Anderhall when we get to Anderhall. For now, why are these guys called Plagued Bruins? Every other bear is called Bear, but these guys are Bruins, apparently. Just out of nowhere. Who knows? Never, the one. Never. I must allow one more person. So these are Plagued Browns? I guess that makes a degree of sense. Ow. And of course now they're not dropping their damn hides. Damn it, I need one more. Come on. Whatever, I'll get on the way back. Let's go kill some Scarlet scum. See you around, Dakota. One of the things that I find interesting about the Scourge is they actually employed all three types of undead in their overall armies. There were, of course, the Type 3 undead, which they basically invented. And then there were the Type 1 undead that they employed periodically, but not that extensively. Mostly as just pure shock troops. And then there's the Type 2 undead that they enslaved all over the place. I mention that because we see a fairly large amount of those Type 2 undead in this region in particular. Right here. Ugh. Oh. Cool. Wow. Okay, so these guys are really dead. Burning with violet fire. I wonder who could be doing that. Also, we are now Demo spec. So that's going to be C. That's actually V. And that's something we'll probably never use. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, Lilian's been through here. And kind of made a mess of the place before we actually got here. I'm guessing she's got a bit of a bone to pick with the Scarlets. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I can explain the specs really quickly. So, because all of these actually represent a lore distinction and not just a gameplay distinction. Affliction is really all about trying to weave shadow into slowly breaking something down rather than simply, destroying it or annihilating it outright. Affliction also usually involves lots of manipulation of souls, I think is probably the best way to put that. I'm not even sure if this is actually true anymore, but once upon a time, Affliction was the soul spec. And that is still true in lore. I think it is, yeah, Soulburn and Haunt. Basically, Affliction uses souls as a form of currency, a resource, if you will. And that's pretty much as horrible as it sounds, in lore, of course. Demonology is, again, kind of what it sounds like. Someone who has become very, very focused in using and utilizing Fel, to the point where they know how to become partially Fel-infused themselves, and they can use that to empower their abilities and do all sorts of other fun stuff. They also tend to be far more capable of binding and forcing demons to their will. That's their speciality, if you will. Then you have the destruction spec, which is actually the easiest to explain. Using fell energy to do raw destructive power. Just pure fell and fire damage, burning the crap out of everything. And each of these specs, like I said, is a thing in lore, not just a thing in gameplay. We'll actually see a little bit about that when we talk about the Black Harvest situation, since each of the groups of warlocks belonged to one of those specs, and was useful in one of those specs with regards to their quest. Yeah, Demonology is apparently becoming something of a summoning spec. I am hopeful it'll be a super summoning spec, but I glanced at it briefly and it doesn't really look like it. It just looks like it's a partial summoning spec. I don't know, I'll have to see it in action before I really decide. Most of the different specs don't have a lot of lore distinction like Warlocks do. The 3 Warlock specs have had a lot of lore aspects to them in at least 2 expansions that I'm aware of. We see a distinction in the 2 priest specs, that is to say, Holy and Shadow. I don't think Discipline has ever actually gotten any lore about it, really. Warriors aren't really that distinguished, it's just a matter of training in their case. Rogues haven't really had a lot of distinction either. Mages have, though. Fire and Arcane and Frost being fairly distinguished from each other in lore, in addition to gameplay, and so forth and so on. And of course, we've already discussed the 3 aspects of being a Death Knight, and the 3 aspects of being a Paladin. $11? That's not too bad. I still would like to try it out myself, but I mean, obviously I'm not in the alpha right now.
Speak quickly.
Let's see. Do you have enough hides? You've done it again. These are perfect. Isn't quite here. I need something to give it a little more zing. I've got it. The spiders to the north have a potent venom that'll do the trick. See if you can extract some for me.
Goodbye. What would you ask of death?
Your actions will slow down the Scarlet Crusade's advancement in Tirisfal for quite a bit. Hopefully for good, but other threats loom. Shortly before you arrived, I was approached by the most unusual undead woman. She swore enmity against the Crusade, so I sent her to work on our enemies to the north. You say you saw some dead Crusaders earlier? That was probably her work. Go check up on her, see if she can use any assistance. Although I wouldn't be surprised if she's already killed them all.
Trust no one.
Random Argent Crusader. Orc and Troll. I gotta be honest, Magister, if we can tolerate Warlocks in lore as playable classes, I think we could tolerate Necromancers. It's not that unusual of a thought. I know mage casting animations look cool, but that's about all I got. Fun little fact, by the way. Some people assume that Tirisfal Glades is mostly, this kind of dark, sullen place because of the Scourge and the thing that they've done here. That's actually not true. Since we're spoiling stuff about Legion, there is the corpse of a Cathroxy underneath Tirisfal. And that corpse is what has been responsible for most of the dark, horrible energies here for some time. In fact, that corpse and the energies it unleashed is the reason why the High Elves decided not to settle here long term. They almost did. They were influenced by its energies and its corruptive nature to try and be like, oh, we will kill everything. But didn't end up working out that way. So in case you're paying attention, yes, that means Lorerun was probably an unpleasant place to live in for quite a while. I'm a little surprised it was as peaceful as it was, given how susceptible the High Elves were to it, you know? It wasn't exactly a mild corruption. Then again, maybe after a significantly larger period of time, the corruption of the Cathraxi went down, and so was less pervasive. And hello, that's a large spider. Let's just get rid of that. For Cosmodon. Ding. Not taking a picture here. Because I don't like spiders. Here's a hanging person. Just for a little bit of a cheer for your day. Why does everyone ask me that, Darkrai? March 22nd. When everything else is done uploading. Wow, so yeah, she apparently has made a bit of a mess of this place. Like... Hello? I think that's a good place for a ding picture. Yes, dead Crusaders! As you look over the ruins of the camp, you hear a whisper behind you.
I could kill you right now if I wanted to. You best watch your step, Undead. My name is Lilian Voss. Before I died, I was a member of the Scarlet Crusade. My father, High Priest Voss, raised me to be a weapon against the plague. I studied stealth, sorcery, martial arts, anything to make myself stronger. I gave up my childhood for him. And then, as fate would have it, I died and returned as this. My father instantly forgot me, and when I returned, ordered me executed. Come, we'll speak with him now in the tower to the northwest.
And there she is, Lilian Voss. She is still alive, for reference. We're not 100% sure what she's really up to, though. If anything. It seems unlikely she'll actually join the Forsaken, since she already hasn't. I would like to see more of her story, especially since, well, yeah. At the same time, I kind of wish she had died. It would have been a very good death if she had died then. I hate to say that, but it's true. It would have been a death, and she, as someone just pointed out, she deserved the peace. She lost her childhood and was driven by everyone around her, especially her father, to become nothing more than a living weapon. And then she died, got back up as this, and was immediately hated by, you know, all of her former family and friends, who actively tried to murder her. Then she, well, she's in my garrison, too, Jankies. So she has that just insta-kill attack she's using there. Like I said, we don't actually know what that attack is. We can guess, but it's never been confirmed what the hell she is doing. I just like killing Scarlets, so we're just gonna kill all of them, because we can. I'm a Warlock. I'm gonna tap into my power for just a little bit to kill all of these guys. Every last one of them. That is one possibility, Gnarlex, but to my knowledge, nothing has ever been confirmed in any direction. The thing that makes me question, does anyone else know of any other examples of the Violet Flame like that? Because I can't think of any like that. Can you name any currently living Scarlet Crusader who is not bad, Ziwan? Hang on, let me kill a few dozen more people while you think about that question. Father. Lilian! It's nice to see you well. Shut up. Kill him. Kill him.
You raised me to be a killer. How am I doing, Daddy?
I
Yep. But wait, I remember now. You taught me only to kill the undead. So do you want me to kill myself, Daddy? And then again, why kill myself when I could kill you instead?
There are barely scraps left, Giova. Just the tiniest remnants of their forces. And they will basically cease to exist after we're through with them in Kata. Which, yet again, this is another example of us completely wiping an organization down to the ground in Kata. I keep pointing those out. So who the heck is Brother Crowley? Where's my Google? Who's Brother Crowley? Is he still there? He is still there. Holy crap. Brother Crowley actually still exists. How is he still alive? I'm so confused by that. Okay, well, let's go kill him. I'm not sure what to make of that. Okay, so we will kill every Scarlet Crusader except the one who's not really a part of the Scarlet Crusade. I'm with it. We have a plan of action now. He's a good man. No. I will accept that he is not evil, but I will never call that man good. There's no proof or evidence of him being good. He's just, oh, go kill undead. That's not good. That's just, yeah. In fact, I'm just going to read his old quote here. Let's see if we can find the quest. There it is. Bzz. My brother-in-arms Hanton heard rumors of an undead infestation in a land known as Desolus. Anton immediately booked passage to that place to seek to destroy the undead menace. He's looking for those with bravery and resolve to aid him. If your heart is true, speak with Anton. He is in Desolus. And that's it. That's literally all he says. There's not enough there to go by to call him good. I will acquiesce that he is not bad, absolutely. Because there's nothing to go by that he's bad, other than the fact that he's a Scarlet Crusader. And I'll never condemn someone just for their affiliation. Unless you're a, sand person. I can't think what they're called as an, whatever, a sand person. What's that? Oh my god, Zeppelin. Sudden Zeppelin surprise. But yeah, Brother Crowley was the guy who gave the breadcrumb quest to Desolus back in Vanilla for Alliance in the Cathedral of Light. Also, I always thought it was really kind of screwy that there was this tacit, like, acceptance of the Scarlet Crusade in Vanilla Alliance. Now, that's not true anymore, but in Vanilla, like, they were like, yeah, no, we're totally cool with the Scarlet. It's like... no, Shyandra. It has not. We're not 85 yet. We're not done with the Eastern Kingdoms yet, basically. Honestly, I'm just going to chalk that up to Anixia. She was like, yes, burn everything and everyone. And create a monument to non-existence. Not evil. Hey, look, humans. Hey, what's up?
Well met.
What can I do for you?
How you doing, guys? Don't ignore the work I'm doing with this apothecary, okay?
What now?
Do you have some venom from the spiders yet? It's the final component I need to test my experiment. Oh, this will do perfectly. Everything else has been added and boiled down. Thank you.
Trust no one.
Blah. Now that's what I call oomph. I wish all our potions did this. Sploosh, sploosh, sploosh.
Speak quickly.
From birth to grave to undeath, we all have our path to follow. Some are easier than others. Sounds like this Voss girl has had a rough path so far. Hopefully she ultimately chooses to join us and follow the Dark Lady. With her power, we could do incredible things.
Yeah, screw you, buddy.
By the way, Despire, excellent work out there. If you're ever ready and willing, we have some more work for you in the Plague Lands. There isn't much more glory for you here on the Bulwark. You've done enough already. There may, however, be further adventures in Silverpine.
Farewell.
Wait, already? Are we already ready to go? I think we are ready to go to Silverpine.
What would you ask of death?
Sure, I'll give you a ride. If the High Executor asks for it, technically I have to. If you're headed back to Brill, you want to stop by Executor Zygand on the way.
Okay.
Remember, patience.
No.
The world of Ashian Gaia craft. There's nothing but boring as far as the eye can see.
Oh, excuse me. You know, it's a damn shame that the Scarlet Crusaders were screwed from the beginning by Balnazar. There were actually, I call them horribly evil, and I stand by that statement. But there were actually quite a few really good members of them back in the day. And it just kind of got worse and worse and worse over time. And that's kind of what the Nethrezim are good at, so that makes sense. Oh yeah, what is this? That goes there, I believe.
I am
Wait, no.
forsaken.
There. Nope, still not there.
Welcome back to Spire. I've heard stories from the East. Who would have thought a young undead warlock like you would have been one to wipe out the last whimpering remnants of the Crusade?
Embrace the shadow.
You are now level whatever. Level 14.
Hang on. Exactly, Del Savage. You got it, Darkrai. Oh my god, wow, this is super scary. No, look at her smile. Oh, we've confirmed she has teeth. I actually just looked it up, Zawan, because I read the quest dialogue. It was the one to go to Desolus, not the one to go to South Shore. Oh, that's why he still exists. I was like, why does he still exist? He's part of an achievement for the Winter Veil. That's why he's still there. All right, so I just realized we've got one other thing to do here. And then we'll be done for the day. I actually completely screwed this up because I actually forgot about this. So I have made another mistake for the 500 billionth time. So the Scarlet Monastery, right? Who here has fond memories of the Scarlet Monastery? Anyone? Scarlet Monastery and Sunken Temple were once considered endgame gear in this game, before it actually came out, back in beta at certain points in time. Now, who here has terrible memories of the Scarlet Monastery? Yeah, Ironforge. So this used to be basically a school, for lack of a better way to put it. A place of learning, in other words. A place where you could go and learn and discuss and hear all sorts of wonderful, incredible things about everything being awesome forever. What? Oh, that's right. So if you do these quests on the Alliance, you encounter this group called, which I'm going to talk about, obviously, because we're not doing this on Alliance. Where am I? Called the Scarlet Renegades. Now, the Scarlet Renegades are exactly what they sound like. They're Scarlet Crusaders who've realized how ridiculously evil they were being, and have decided, you know what, maybe that was our fault. Our bad, guys. And they've decided to try and make up for it and not be ridiculously evil. I know, weird thought. We won't be seeing those guys in person, but the other story arc that runs through the Scarlet Monastery is also fairly important. This is also the first winged dungeon, which would become the prototype for Dire Maul and a few other dungeons in the future. Auchindoun comes to mind as well. In other words, rather than making one massive dungeon, which was actually the original design for the Scarlet Monastery, they split it up into chunks. No, they were just the Scarlet Renegades. They were specifically supporting the Alliance, which I find kind of funny. So, actually, we need to do this one first. So this is like the shortest dungeon in the universe. I think. Hang on. Hang on. Sorry, I forgot they redid how this works. Give me a moment. This place used to be a fairly regular nexus of activity. And, yeah, now it's only 2 wings instead of 3. There we go. Okay, so. Starting in the proper section this time. Excuse me, Hooded Crusader.
I'm listening.
Well met, Rogue. I'm here posing as one of the Scarlet Crusade because they have become irredeemably corrupt and evil, and I need your help to put an end to them once and for all.
Okay. I already did that earlier, Bjorn, like a while ago.
First things first, kill some Crusaders. And when I say kill the Scarlet Crusade, I mean wipe them out, root and branch, rank and file.
She gives us a quest to kill 50 Scarlet Crusaders in here.
Beware, our enemies abound.
There's a book of great value to me here in these halls. Unfortunately, it's in the possession of Flameweather Kogler. I've tried to get close to him before, but it's never quite worked out. You might have better luck. Just watch out. I hear he's gone well and truly insane. The Flameweaver plans to burn every tome they have in the library. He'll probably burn the halls down in the process.
Beware the living.
This dungeon is a lot of fun for me. They did a lot of unique mechanics here. For example, have some dog meat. Oh crap, I missed. I never miss with those, holy shit. Use my language, I'm just really surprised by that. So yeah, then he gets eaten alive by his own dogs, who then go to sleep because they've had a nice meal. Also, this guy is literally tethered to a leash. He literally can't attack us, as long as we're careful. This section, well, this section kind of sucks. If you don't know what you're doing. So if you don't have this heroic defense, they will obliterate you.
Keep firing! Let none escape! Another down! Do not relent! Another down! Do not relent! Keep firing! Let none escape!
There we go. Yeah, by the way, in case you didn't catch that, the reason the dogs go after them is because they starve their dogs. Because they're horrible. The Scarlet Crusade's fiercest warriors, those who have held their ground and fought to defend the monastery throughout these dark times, are rapidly preparing an army within the Scarlet Halls. These soldiers are bound by their hatred of the unliving, and are willing to sacrifice everything for their order's righteous cause. So, this guy's a bastard. This is Houndmaster Braun. The quickest and surest way to detect the undead is by the scent of the rot they carry, and even the most veteran soldier cannot match the olfactory sense of the hound. Houndmaster Braun has bred and trained a savage pack of canines to aid the Crusaders in hunting down their foes, living and dead. So, basically none of the original bosses are still here, with a few exceptions, because they're all dead. They all died. There are a few new bosses. Like I said, this is the last desperate remnants of the Scarlet Crusade. This is it. We're about to wipe out the Scarlet Crusade basically forever, and they will cease to be a power functionally after we have gone through this dungeon this time around.
Did you hear something, lads?
I just realized I should have given this an elite.
Fresh meat for the dogs.
So this guy... So, we can't get through that wall of death there, okay? Do you see that wall of death? If we try to approach it, they kill us, or whatever. So... This guy's a bastard.
I bleed! But I won't die! What? No. No! Stop! Obey your master!
Goodbye.
Let no one pass. I have failed our sacred brotherhood.
So he was an incredibly abusive person. So anyone out there who actually likes dogs, trust me killing him was a good thing. He's the kind of, I'm going to starve the dogs and screw them, and not literally screw them, but just... He doesn't take good care of his dogs. He abuses them. He is just a horrible, horrible person to those poor dogs. I can explain that Mind Blast. You see, there's actually a long and complicated answer for there, so now we're just going to stand here for 30 minutes while I answer your question. 0-1. No, I kid. It's actually not that complicated. Basically, Fairbanks was part of the original Crusade and one of the ones who ended up betraying the original, the Ashbringer, the gentleman, not the sword, obviously. And he died for his efforts and got back up because that's how that works. And he wasn't tolerated openly by this crusade. It was kind of a special circumstances situation. Especially since he was loyal to some of the original leaders of the crusade. I believe... Hang on, let me actually check this. Let me look something up really quick. Because I think he was in league with someone. Let me double check this. Blah, 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 blah. That's right. Okay. So, yeah, we'll get more into that when we actually go over there, because we'll actually show him off. Hey, look! It's some dude. What's up, dude?
Haha! Another chance to test my might. Bested by the likes of...
I really should have done heroic, so you can see more of their dialogue. He has this really cool mechanic where he whirlwinds around the area here, and he will suck you into it, and you'll be damaged by it and probably killed by it, actually. Oh yeah, by the way, check it out. It's, whoops. It's Admiral Westwind, a.k.a. Mal'Ganis, except it wasn't obviously him, but you get the point. I really should have done this on Heroic. Whatever. I'll do the other one on Heroic. Yeah, that's Herod 2.0. Again, notice how the old Scarlets are dead. As they should be. These guys actually throw gold at you. And when you kill them, they drop gold piles, which you can actually loot for just gold. It's kind of neat, actually. Yes, Fairbanks was part of the Ashbringer community. That is correct. There's nothing but the Crusade. Anyone that is not with us will fall. The principle is absolute folly.
must burn. None shall know the Scarlet Crusade's shame.
So this guy is a fire mage who has literally gone insane because the Scarlet Crusade is evil. And he has come to realize that evil, and he does not want anyone to ever know how incredibly evil it is. So, Bernie Bernie.
You too shall be charged. Squash!
Well, if you insist.
My fire has gone hot.
Not a lot of corpses out there. Nicely done, Tamazot. Hang on, I need to kill one more guy. Yes, Delasavage. Don't know how I missed that one guy.
Yes?
It's imperative I get my hands on that codex. The tome contains a complete account of the Scarlet Crusade's history. Also included are its statues, bylaws, rituals, and a complete roster of the organization's members. Ah, yes. And now I have a checklist with the name of every Scarlet Crusader on it. You know, just in case any of them are unaccounted for. I don't like loose ends.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Great start, Tamazot. It won't be long now before the Scarlet Crusade is nothing more than an ugly footnote in the annals of history.
Embrace the shadow.
Well, let's go ahead and do the other wing, shall we? Sprint, 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 sprint. I have to admit, it is kind of nice being a rogue. Because sprint, you know. Yeah, so this place used to be a really, really dense zone. It kind of still is, but just nowhere near as much as it was. Damn it, Schmeidel. Made me laugh so hard I actually missed where I was going. Of course the hounds see you through stealth, as they should. You're right, I actually forgot about the interrogation halls. Huh. Alright, heroic, if you would please. There we go. Shoo.
What now?
The problem with the Scarlet Crusade is they keep coming back, even after death. Behind those resurrections is the High Inquisitor White M. With her death, so goes the Crusade. To give her her final rest, I need 2 swords of legend. Lucky for me, us, those 2 blades of the Anointed are here with the rest of the monastery. Find them, and once you've killed White M, plunge the blades into her corpse to make the death permanent.
Victory for Sylvanas.
We're just gonna zip through all this trash. So that up ahead there is Thalnos the Soul Renderer. Oh, but first, the Crusade's fanatical leaders direct their followers from the Scarlet Cathedral. The heart of the monastery grounds, this heavily guarded location functions as the Order's headquarters, and some of the most zealous and intolerant Crusaders roam the halls of this once hallowed place. By the way, you notice how there's lots and lots of undead around here? Like, lots of them? Just, yeah, so this used to be the Blood Mage Thalnos. Now he's Thalnos the Soul Renderer. And he's partially responsible for this, but I just want to point this out because he's always been here. There's always been undead in the Scarlet Monastery. Yes, it has, Chandra. Think about that for a moment. Just let it permeate your mind, because, you know, they're not hypocritical enough.
My endless agony shall be yours as well.
Right.
No rest for the angry dead!
Yeah, exactly. The graveyard was always overrun with undead, even back in the day.
Seek out a vessel and return.
this be the end at last?
Oh, he's dead. Let's put on some poisons. Because I'm taking this a little too casually. I am not that well geared on this character. At all. So I like this. Alright, it's time to penetrate the Crusade itself. And they're drunk. They are so drunk they don't even notice us. Hey guys. What's up? I like your jewel-encrusted swords. This picture right here just summarizes the Scarlet Crusade right here. Fancy armor, jewel-encrusted swords, drunk off his ass. And incapable of even noticing that we're here. So welcome to the Room of 1,000 Pulls. Actually, we're not even at the worst part yet. But this whole area here sucked. To put it as nicely as I can. Really sucked to do pulls in this place back in the day. I'll take those. Oh, right. I need to go get... Damn it. I always forget to do this. I've actually not done this like 5 times on a max level character. I guess this would have been 90? Yeah, after Pandaria. So I just got the sword. Let's see what it says. The sword glows with fiery red in your hands. Magical runes form the word unquenchable, which are inlaid along the blade. Yeah, I'm going to basically bypass this room because I'm a rogue. But yeah, the Scarlet Monastery was Mage Weave Central back in Vanilla. Yeah, we will, Shyandra, and I'm kind of hyped to see it, yeah. With one blade already in your possession, you'd move to take the other. An inscription at the base of the statue reads, "The Hand of Providence." The second anointed statue just floats there. You get the uncanny feeling the Hand of Providence has been waiting for you. You take the second anointed blade and feel the power of the rune blades coursing through you. There's but one thing left to do. As the mysterious, hooded woman explained, to put an end to the Scarlet Crusade, you must thrust both blades into the corpse of High Inquisitor White M. Yes, I do, Bjorn. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot to read his thing. Blood Mage Thalnos. Thalnos earned repute in the Scarlet Crusade for his brutal torture methods he used to purify new recruits. Ultimately, the sadistic mage contracted the plague of undeath and rose as a fearsome skeletal being. The vengeful Thalnos now prowls the monastery's graveyard, commanding apparitions and zombified creatures to attack any who trespass on his unholy domain. Next, of course, is a monk. One of the only non-Pandaren monk bosses the entire game. Brother Korloff first learned of the monk's deadly arts from Pandaren ambassadors as they journeyed through Azeroth. When the Crusader demonstrated this martial style to his superiors, they unanimously agreed to allow him to train an entire generation of initiates in the way of the monk. So, this is kind of funny. Back in Vanilla, there were actually a lot of creatures here called, mobs I should say, called Scarlet Monks. Scarlet Monks sucked. They were some of the hardest trash in the Scarlet Monastery, relatively speaking. When monks finally came out, people were like, hey, you know, what are we going to do about the Scarlet Monks? And lo and behold, it turns out they actually did turn them into monks. I find that highly amusing, personally. Those are for our donation incentive, Kiriashi. For which transmog we use on our main.
I will break you!
So how many tanks did you know who just stood in that back in the day during Pandaria? Yes, I actually do, Kranz. At least in lore. I mean, there's plenty of strong, you know, weapons in lore. But with Frostborn down, I think Ashbringer has a good shot at being the #1 now.
You are like a piece of iron.
Oh, Death Knights cheat. So, back in vanilla...
To think you've come so far, only to perish here. I'll honor you with clean deaths.
Back in vanilla, you had to basically clear this place, unless you were doing it at a high level, of course, because the moment you aggroed Mograine, the lesser, the youngest of the three Mograines, he would be like, "Rah!" and aggro the whole frickin' monastery. And it sucked. And you'd usually die. You know, I have no idea, Schmeidolf. Seriously. Then again, the Scarlet Crusaders can use the light just fine, so, I mean, maybe their own ancestral spirits? I don't know. So, just thought I'd point it out. There's Fairbanks. So there was a comic series which had to do with, which continued the story of poor Fairbanks here. What's his first name? I don't think it says. He was the old High Inquisitor. Again, as we mentioned earlier, he was one of the people who actually was in charge of the creation of the Ashbringer. He was tricked and led along with the High Lord to Reno, where the Scourge, where the Scourge were laying their trap for the Ashbringer. He actually survived and told everyone about the betrayal. Several people, the ones who believed Fairbanks, were the ones who left the Scarlet Crusade and formed a new organization you've probably heard of called the Argent Dawn. That was actually the origination of the Argent Dawn. The Crusaders killed him, and he apparently had some symptoms of the plague in him. Now, it's worth noting that in lore, he was never actually here. His presence here was completely retconned by the comic. So only his corpse was ever actually here in lore, according to the comic. The actual boss fight was something that was thrown in for the Ashbringer cutscene, which was, as I mentioned, removed from lore and kind of shifted, so... Speaking of which...
My legend begins now!
Wow, he's not aggroing the room. You know, I didn't even know that was a thing. Wow, he actually hurts a little bit. I may have to hit buttons! No!
But my legend...
Oh, that was easy.
You shall pay for this treachery.
Hello, Whitemane. So she is a fairly rare and fairly powerful priest.
Arise, my champion.
When she dies...
Mograine.
We're not sure if they were lovers or if they were just close friends, but there was the younger Mograine and Whitemane were fairly close. I'm going to take those. Also, Commander Durand uses some really cool abilities. He's obviously just a replacement dude because Mograine's dead. Again, because we've already been through it vanilla, as I pointed out earlier. She, like I said, she is an exceptionally skilled priest, even in lore. In fact, some people argue she actually does wield Benedictus, or whatever the name of that, Benediction, excuse me, the staff she has equipped there. I'm not sure if that's true or not. That's a little bit more debatable. Why don't we read her lore stuff? At a young age, Sally Whitemane witnessed her family succumb to the horrific plague of undeath as they were traveling through northern Lorerun. She was then forced to destroy her parents and siblings when they rose as mindless Scourge, leaving her racked by guilt and rage. Ever since that day, the fearsome priestess has found fulfillment and pleasure in only one thing, the destruction of the undead. And, yeah, she's now gone and dead forever. Her corpse. Why did her corpse despawn? Why did her corpse despawn? Really? Why did her... What the hell? Okay. I can make that work. One moment, please. We have to do this quest. It's actually important. Even though it's not important just yet, it is important overall. Just gotta leave the dungeon now. I bet some people are like, what is he doing? I'm kind of in a hurry now, too, because I gotta leave in about 25 minutes. Yeah, apparently her corpse was not lower. Normal.
I am forsaken.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Excuse me. Excuse me, boss.
Can this be the end?
Yep, Yep, it's the end. You're totally free forever. Definitely won't be back tomorrow to kill you again for more loot. Your swords are cheap looking! Screw you! Death to all the Scarlets. Death! Death! Fan of Death, that's the new name for that ability. Yes, we now have 2 quests to go drive these swords into her. Because I think I need to do the normal version, not the heroic version. Hey, what's up?
You are like a piece of iron.
To
Damn
think
right.
you've come so far, only to perish here. I'll honor you with clean.
My legend.
But my legend.
Goodbye.
You shall pay for this treachery.
BAM!
Arise, my champion.
Now die again!
Oh, grain.
Okay. Stabby, stabby. So, well, the blades are in her corpse. You can see them right there. We have a problem. Oh my god, we have to do this a 3rd time. This is ridiculous. And Skype is messaging me. We're doing this quest, damn it. So this is my fault. This one's my fault. I'll admit that. You wanted to see what it's like playing WoW, right? So here's the problem. I thrust the blades into her for the quest, right? Well, the ones I thrust into her were for the heroic version of the quest. So it didn't really update the fact that it was supposed to trigger the event. Because I didn't think it would matter. I was wrong. So now we're going to do that again. Hey, we're back! Alright, I gotta... Yep, I gotta kill him. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Can this be the end at last?
Yes, yes, it's definitely the end this time. You're definitely dead this time, for real. I hope. Unless I screw up again. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, excuse me.
I will unlike a piece of iron.
To think you've come so far, only
Excuse
to
me,
perish
excuse
here.
me. Yep,
I'll
yep,
honor
yep,
you with
yep, goodbye!
Legend begins.
But my legend.
You shall pay for this treachery.
Yeah, come over here so you die in a more open area. There we go. Yeah, I bet Chromie is just like...
Arise, my champion.
I wonder what happened if he did it even faster than last time. Let's find out.
No grain.
Okay, so, corpse, stabby stabby. There goes her soul again. There she is. You did it. She takes off her hood, and yes, it's Lilian. My name's Lilian. You don't mind if I take these blades, do you? So now Lilian has these really awesome looking rune blades. Yes, these will do quite nicely. It feels like they were meant for me all along. So as you can see, she's actually got rogue gear on, which is why some people think she's, you know, basically a shadow rogue or whatever.
I'm listening.
With Whitemane gone for good, the Scarlet Crusade is finished. It's just a matter of sweeping up the refuse. Thank you, Tamazat, not just for myself, but for everyone opposed to mindless hatred and bigotry. And thank you for these 2 new blades. Anointed anew in her blood, they should serve me well as I take the fight to Shalamans and deal with Dark Master Gandling. I bid you adieu for now.
Dark Lady watch over you.
Dun dun dun. So yeah, fun fact, the way this lines up, her story was in Cata, as I mentioned, and there were hints of her acting in Western Plaguelands. But that was basically it. We didn't actually see anything else about her until Pandaria, where they revamped the Scarlet Monastery and added her here, and revamped Shalamance and added her there. And then in Warlords, she pops up again as basically a cameo to show that she is in fact still alive. And that's it. That's actually it for the Tirisfal Glades, and for the Scarlet Crusade as a whole, which is now basically wiped out. Yay. We have finally, after, like, God knows how many years, we have finally wiped out the Scarlet Crusade. For now, I need to get running, so I will bid you adieu, and hopefully see you tomorrow when we start doing the Silver Pine Forest. See you around, guys.